Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Platinum Star League. Thank you guys for joining us once again, and also hello again to those who have tuned in yesterday. Today we have some more games to showcase, but although admittedly most of it is TVT, so if you're a TVT enjoyer like me and Ozzy here,
Absolutely.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll have a great time. If you're not a TVT enjoyer, then maybe we'll, I don't know, maybe we'll change that today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we have some pretty high quality players today too. We have Vyncke, who has been on fire lately from what I've seen. He's been taking games off of a lot of really strong players. I've been watching him ladder. He's like consistently like 2400 plus MMR on ladder right now, like during Korean hours. So
2400.
he is popping off and he is looking very, very scary. And we got Artosis, like I said yesterday, kind of a fan favorite, whether it's that you like to watch him win or like to watch him lose. A lot of people show up to watch Artosis, so I expect to be a bit of a draw there as well. And then of course the other two players, we got Javier and Klauso. Javier, maybe a bit of an underdog today, but we'll see if he can get anything done. And Klauso, somebody I've only kind of recently been hearing about, but I think he's like low A-ish, like mid A, something like that, Terran player, but I think from what I've heard from talking to New Ocean, he has a little bit of a quirky style sometimes too, so we might see a little bit of creativity from him.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so the matchups today are going to be Zeke versus Javier to start off, and Artosis versus Klauso. So in the Zeke versus Javier matchup, I think there is a very, very, very clear favorite and a very clear underdog. We have Zeke, probably one of the strongest players in the foreign scene. I know he's actually like won stuff like BSL before. So he's basically like one of the favored to win this entire thing. Uh, and Javier, maybe not so much. And ZVT is one of those matchups where it's actually like pretty difficult to pull like a win out if you're not like on if you're kind of an underdog, if that makes sense, right? Like especially if you play like SK Terran, if you're Terran, or if you play like standard playstyle Muta Micro, if you're Zerg, right? Like it's a very skill dependent matchup, right?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I've talked about this before on my own stream as well, where it's like TVZ is typically kind of Terran favored slightly, right? But when you play a Zerg that is like really good or it's a lot better than you, it feels so much more pointless to be in the game with them than it does like TVP or something. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
when a Zerg is much better, you feel like it's like wrestling your dad when you're a kid. Like you don't belong there.
Yeah, like everything just like if they're like everything just like doesn't work, right? And you just feel like all like completely pressured in the Zerg, like basically committed to nothing, right? Like they'll build 7 mutas and you literally can't do anything, and they'll expand like everywhere on the map at the same time, right? Like it's just like their
Yeah.
muta micro is literally so good that they can get away with everything. Um and you can't get away with anything.
Yeah. Yeah,
But yeah,
absolutely.
this is going to be a difficult matchup for Javier, but the one saving grace is that Terran can pull a lot of sneaky tricks in this matchup. I would say more than any other matchup in the game, Terran has or sorry, not more than it's more than any other Terran matchup in the game. They can like really pull something like they can showcase their creativity, right? Like we literally saw it yesterday with a 2 factory build. Like I've never seen that before, right?
Yeah, no, that's very true. There are actually a lot of options TVZ. You're not really as trapped into a certain build necessarily in that matchup. So you can definitely give Zerg a lot of different looks. There's a ton of different openers you can go for, like 8 racks into mech or 8 racks into bio, one base, 1-1-1 into like vessels and even some quirky stuff like you said, the 2 fact that we saw yesterday. So there's a lot of like strange stuff that you can do or weird stuff you can do if you're versatile like that. So there's definitely options to mix it up against the Zerg.
Yeah, but we'll see what Javier can pull off here. On the other side of the bracket, we have Artosis and Klauso. I think Artosis is a bit favored there, but if Klauso is like this sort of creative, more kind of sneaky player, then he might actually give like Artosis some trouble because I feel like he's not known to be very good at playing outside of the meta.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment 100%. I think that Artosis, he's very good in like a standard game that flows the way he feels like it should flow. But when things start getting a little bit weird or a little bit quirky, sometimes he struggles. You know, how many times have we seen what he's doing makes no sense, right? Like, we've heard this a
Yeah.
thousand times. So, if, like I said, and like you're saying, if Cloudso does bring in some kind of quirky stuff, it might throw Artosis off for sure. That being said, I do personally feel, I don't know if Artosis would agree with this. I feel like a TVT is his best, most consistent matchup from what I've seen.
Hmm. Yeah, I do think TVT, he tends to outdo himself whenever he plays against Terran. And I've seen him play like players who are typically considered like Terran players who are typically considered much better or higher MMR or whatever. And he plays like really good games against them and will
Mhm.
pull off like wins. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be interesting to see for sure. And then, assuming he wins and we get that Zeke Artosis winners match, we can maybe see a little bit more of I don't know if you saw Artosis recently did a show match against Rhett. You know, it was supposed to be like a 9 game series.
Yeah.
It didn't go well for Artosis, so I don't know since then how well he's feeling about his TVZ, but it wasn't a good look back then. So hopefully he's cleaned things up a little bit and can give a better show.
That was a few weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah,
W do I remember people care about spoilers? I think the
not at this
score
point,
was,
no.
like, very red favored. I think it was very
Artosis,
red favored.
he won the first game and then he
Yeah.
lost the next 8. So,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
that kinda makes me wonder, like, what happened in game number 2, right? Like, I wasn't there for the whole thing. I think I was there for, like, the last 5 games,
Mhm.
and, it did not look good the last 5. So maybe something happened early on that, like, really crushed his mentality. Because I know some
Yeah,
players are really emotional. Most players get affected by emotion. It's not, like, weird to be, like, an emotional player,
I agree.
but yeah, like, I can imagine something happened game 2 and 3 where afterwards he was just like, "I don't even wanna play anymore," and he just, like, trucked through, like, the next, like, 7 games or something.
Yeah. I haven't watched him play much since then, but I know he did a little bit of coaching with a Gypsy after that as well. And Gypsy has been like really on fire lately. So coaching session from Gypsy, if you're soaking it in, can do a lot for you. So we'll see if he gets to play against Zeke, if he gets any of that cleaned up and looks a bit better. But yeah, to your point, I agree. A lot of players, almost all of us that are playing this game are emotional players. Doesn't really matter what your level is. StarCraft just brings out the worst in you. And it's hard not to be emotional because we play 1v1. There's nobody to blame when you lose. Like when you lose a bunch in a row, all you're thinking is, dude, I suck at this game. Like I cannot win. There's nobody else for me to blame. This is all my fault. That kind of thing. So
Wow.
it'll eat
You
at
have
you.
a really good mentality. I'll tell you right now, there are plenty of things you can blame other than yourself. That's like the biggest misconception in all of StarCraft.
That's a good, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, ask
Maybe I'm
any
doing it
of the
wrong. I'm
Polish
doing it
players,
wrong.
they'll tell you lag. You can definitely blame that. I don't mean
Yeah.
to call them out like that. I'm sorry,
No, yeah,
Julia.
they deserve it. They deserve it. It's okay. Um, no, I mean that's true. You're right. I do have. It's almost a bad mentality actually that I take so much responsibility and that I don't blame anything because it does mean that I'm taking all the blame. Like when I'm in a bunch, like if I'm in a really laggy game, I'm thinking, man, this sucks for them. They're also dealing with the same lag, especially TVZ. Okay, because
Alright,
trying
I
to mute
will
a
give it
micro.
okay. I'll give it to Zerg. Lag
Yeah,
is
yeah,
worse for them
yeah.
in that matchup. I'll throw you guys a bone.
Now TDP, yes, it's pretty infuriating, but it is what it is. They're a moving. Okay, I
Yeah.
can't do that. It's not fair.
It just kinda comes down to whichever side needs to do the more precise micro, right? Like,
Yeah,
in TVZ, you wanna micro your mutas, and you have to do, like, very precise sequences of clicks and movements. And if there's lag, you just can't really do that, so you just end up losing a bunch of mutas to to, like, Marines because you just, like, run into them. But it's the same with Terran against Protoss, right? Like, you misclick your Marine, or, like, some command doesn't go through because of lag, and then it dies.
yeah.
It just is what it is.
Yeah,
Can't escape lag though.
you can't escape it. If I'm gonna be in a really laggy game, TVT would be my choice. If I had to play in turn rate 8, TVT is probably the least painful crappy turn rate in my opinion.
You think so? Because
I
TVT is actually like very volatile. Like it's like surprisingly I feel like with TVT, it's like you do like 20 minutes of setup and then like it's like chess. It's like you're playing chess and then all of a sudden within 5 moves you trade every piece. And right? Like or someone flips
yeah.
the board or something, right? Like you just like do one attack and all of a sudden you're down 60 supply in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get to talk about that a lot today too. I'm looking forward to it as um we'll get to see a lot of the tactical stuff in TVT, and that's the reason I personally love TVT so much. This is gonna sound troll, but I'm not trolling. Okay, Terran versus Terran is by far the most balanced matchup in the game.
No, you're so right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Even when it comes to like
insane.
mirrors and stuff, like ZVZ, PvP, like they're not the same level as TVT as far as balance goes because there's so many varieties of builds in TVT and they all have reasonable like pivot options, right? And it's like the most comebackable matchup and that kind of thing. So that's part of why I love TVT so much.
No, I 100% agree. Like TVT is like the most underrated matchup in the whole game, right? It doesn't have the same issues that the other mirror matchups have where you're just like, "Oh, well, they went DT and I went 3 gate goon. I guess I lose," right? Like there's none of that. There's none of like the ZVZ like, "Oh, I guess we're just going to build Lings and Mutas for the whole game and that's every ZVZ I'll ever play." Like it's I don't know, it's a lot of variety, there's a lot of back and forth, right? There's a
Yeah.
lot of different strategies that you can do, and they don't necessarily counter each other. A lot of it is about how you play it, how you scout it, how you do this, how you do that. So, no,
Yeah.
I agree with you, and I think we're gonna see a lot of interesting Terran versus Terran today, showcased by Clauso and Artosis, and of course, Javier probably. Um, yeah, in the lower tier. Yeah, yeah, all the Terrans will play TVT because there's only one Zerg. So we're gonna see
Unavoidable.
TVTs from everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be a long day too, guys. So might want to strap in if you're planning on staying for the whole thing. TVTs are a little bit notorious for dragging on.
Yeah, a
Be-
little bit.
I do a
Okay,
lot of
very.
1v or 1-1-1 builds TVT because I specifically don't want long games, and then most of the time it turns into a long game anyway. So it's just
I think if you don't
unavoidable.
want long games, maybe you should just like two factory Goliath every game.
It's
That's a
funny
really
because
strong build.
there's so many one base builds that it'll just turn into like a long game anyway, or like kind of like
Yeah,
a
that's
sometimes like
kind of thing.
contains, right, where you do like hard contains and then it'll just drag on until the other person accepts that they've lost her and well, like whatever happens, right?
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the maps now that we've hyped up the next couple of TVTs. The interesting thing about TVT, and the thing that I think is really nice about it, is it's one of those matchups where the map actually matters, and it matters a lot, right? Like you play ZVZ, and like, okay, like literally the shape of the map doesn't matter because you're only gonna get 1 to 2 bases anyway. So who cares what map you're gonna play on, right? It's like they're starting to veto, and they don't care which map they veto. But TVT, like the shape of the map, the number of bases there are, those all like affect the way you play, the way you want to split the map, which positions you take. Like those things all make they just make the game more interesting and dynamic.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I do think in ZVZ, even though we're not going to have any of that today, just to mention it, I think in ZVZ it kind of shows, I think, if it's usually the person that's the better player will actually want a two-player map to guarantee that they just get the award in the right spot, whereas inferior player might would prefer the four-player maps because it can be a huge advantage if you first scout versus not first scout. So
Yeah, that
just a
is the
little
one thing is that the scouting would be different. But okay, let's talk a little bit about Radeon. So when I look at Radeon, I think this is a very open map, right? Like the middle does not have a lot of stuff there. we have like some random platforms that kind of like make a cross shape around the AMD logo. But apart from that, it's mostly just flat.
Yeah, yeah, it's very flat. It's pretty good defensively for going up to 3 base, TVT and stuff as well, right? You have these bridges that you can defend, which makes it pretty easy to defend. And then, yeah, I don't know. I like this map for TVT. I mean, I think it's a good. I've mentioned this pretty much every time, right? That I just think Radeon is a nice, solid, balanced map all around. I don't have any problems that in any matchup.
Yeah. Yeah. I also think it's like pretty standard, but the openness kind of makes it a little bit difficult, I think, to split it, right? So you when you like start off, you can get like your quadrant of the map like pretty easily, right? Like you just like
Mhm.
you have like very small openings. You only have like two like choke points basically that lead to your corner of the map. But if you want to move out and take the fourth base, like you're gonna have to take a lot of land, basically, right? Like make a fairly large siege line. And because there's like a whole bunch of like dead space, you see that like black area in like 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, like that those are like very common paths for drop ships to take.
Right. Yeah, yeah, there's a good chance we could get some long games on this map. It does, kind of like you said, because the siege lines have to be so big, it does typically leave some sort of attack path in a lot of areas. So it's not like you just get locked in, unless you get locked in like within your 3 base quadrant, right? If you get locked in all across that bridge, and then because it doesn't take much to hold that bridge, and then like coming out of your natural, right? But as long as you're not being like completely contained in that area, then this game can drag on a bit because there are a lot of different attack paths, and I like that because it does mean that there's more options for being aggressive. Whereas there's some maps where it's just once you split map, it's like okay, well here we are.
Yeah, that is fair. I do think the fact that this map is so open will make the mid to late game pretty interesting.
Mhm.
You won't see that many just like completely tight, completely secure positions. I think there's a lot of play that you can do revolving around drop ships.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, but I think going battle cruiser on a map like this might be a bit of I don't know if it would be a mistake, but it feels weaker because there's not a lot of terrain for you to run your battle cruisers away from if your opponent has enough Goliaths.
Yeah, I think this is a bad BC map. I actually agree with that sentiment. It's bad because of, like you said, there's a lot of open space, but it's also bad because dropships are just so much more superior because of the way the map layout kind of works, right? Because you're just kind of guaranteed to get into some spaces with dropships. And when you're going BC, it kind of locks you into just going head on, and it makes it very hard to deal with the dropship play. BC is more of something you go for if you have like a proper split map, and kind of like we've been talking about, is you can't really properly split Radeon, or at least it's very hard to.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think that makes honestly, I think that makes for some pretty dynamic gameplay. I always prefer dropship heavy, TVT games. I think they're a lot more interesting. They're more exciting. If you start going into battle cruiser, that's when you start seeing like the 40-minute games that everybody like complains about.
Yeah. Well, dropship's just it's a better tempo play, whereas BC specifically slows the tempo down, right? So I do think dropship. It's something that I kind of recently was taught in some of my games, was that you should not be in such a hurry to go battle cruisers unless you're like really getting the map secured properly. But it's almost always objectively better to open dropships first.
Yeah, you always want to open dropship.
Yeah,
And if the map, if the game kind of stagnates and slows down, it's nice to have the BCs with their Yamatos and just their tankiness to complement your siege tanks.
absolutely. Yeah, Yamato's great for pushing positions. Like once everything's kind of like dialed in, and you're zoning in on like one spot, that's where the BCs start really becoming valuable.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that, but for now, we're going to start off with some Terran versus Zerg. Our first match is, of course, Javi versus Zeke. Also going to be played on Radeon. TVZ I'm actually I actually not a big fan, um, of Radeon for TVZ, not more than, like, other, than the other standard maps. And the
Why is
main
that? Why
rea
is that?
and the main reason is because I don't like the open space. I think it makes things very hard.
Yeah.
Especially if you're pushing, like, cross spawn, then they can do the thing where they just, like, run around with the lings. If they're going ling lurker, they run around. There's a lot of, like, random paths that, like, a lurker and a defiler can sneak through and just, like, pop a dark swarm on you. I don't know. I feel like
Yeah.
I get caught by that a lot.
Yeah, it can just depend on the game state, but yeah, I mean, it is true. Like there's a lot of open space, so it can be very easy to lose track of units. And it's kind of the same for Zerg, though. To be fair, with the initial like bio ball, because there's so much open space, there's a lot of times where if Zerg does lose track of that first initial Marine move out, that it can actually cause them a lot of pain trying to find it again.
Yeah, that's fair. If you're Terran, you can actually be quite sneaky on this map as well. And then one nice thing is that because the middle of the map is so open, there's not a whole lot of dead space to play with if you're a Muta player.
Hmm.
And that could make things a bit easier for Zerg. But I feel like it also means that if you're trying to go at it like Soul Key style and have like lings out on the map and do like a big surround, that's also easier to do on Radeon.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Uh,
Looks like we are ready to hop into our first game here of Ziki versus Javier on Radeon.
All right, guys. Spawning on the top right of Radeon, we have our underdog Terran. It is ECF's Javi.
ECF. And his opponent here spawning in the top left, we have our Zerg player, Starcast, Ziki. Bit of a monster here for Javi to deal with.
Yeah, he's I feel I do not envy his position at all. Like Zeke, like especially in this matchup, it's like what can you really do, right? Like I feel like Zeke can answer everything Javi does with better Muta Micro, right? Like if you move out at like 5 minutes, if you move out at 7 minutes, if you would do a tank push, if you do dropship play, like I don't know, you just solve every problem with Muta Micro. I feel like.
Yeah, and yeah, this spawn's actually very hard too. I personally feel like these. Oh, I think I lagged out for a second. Sorry. I think these spawns here, these kind of like horizontal spawns, are very very hard for Terran because one of the issues is that Zerg can harass your natural and defend with their Muta very very quickly at the same time. So it kind of makes that threat of counterattack much less scary for Zerg.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Because there's that dead space at the 12 o'clock area, you can pretty much just camp your mutas there, right? Like,
Yeah.
and just bounce between harassing the natural and, like, attacking the army.
Yeah, it's a very difficult position sometimes to deal with, it, especially against good meter control. And you know with Zeke, you're gonna get exactly that. Looks like he wants to be safe, right? Doesn't want to risk anything weird happening. Because I mean, I feel like from Zeke's perspective, you're kind of thinking like Javi might try something a little bit off or strange. So we're just gonna go for that pull before hatch, and not risk like getting BBS or anything like that.
Yeah, this is always a smart play to do if you consider yourself to be the superior player, right? Like if you have confidence that your late game, your Muta Micro, your defilers, your positioning, your macro, all of this is superior, then the only thing you can realistically die to is something sneaky in the early game. So if you always go for pool first, yeah, it's not as economical as going for 12 hatch, but it also counters basically everything that the Terran can do in the early game to just kind of catch you off guard.
We're even going for this really early bunker, which is going to delay our command center by quite a bit. I mean, it's going to prevent damage, but this is pretty suboptimal from Javi, and it kind of feels like he needs to be doing the opposite, you know, trying to cut some corners or find a way to get an advantage, but he's actually playing more safe than Zeke is at this point.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Overpull is like kind of a scary build, especially if you lose your SEV, right? I
Yeah.
think that is the main issue here is because he lost his SEV and he doesn't know exactly how many lanes Zeke made, he has to pull these SEVs or else like, because he doesn't know, like maybe Zeke's going for 6, even if Zeke's only going for like 6 lanes, right? If you sneak like 4 of them past the bunker, the game is kind of done for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough opener for Javi, and I think that's exactly it. Is that we lost that SCV immediately, so he didn't know, and he may not even been super confident on what the spawning pool timing was, right? So he doesn't know how many things are being made behind that or anything like that. A little bit unfortunate for Javi, but we'll see how he wants to try and navigate from this. Does almost take down that first ling, so a moral victory, if nothing else.
Moral victory. No, this is good though, pushing the Lings back, sort of forcing Zeke to not just forcing him to be on his toes a little bit. You never want the Zerg to be too comfortable, because once they sort of get into their flow of things, if they hit all their timings, if they can take bases, drone up, then you're kind of in for a tough game as Terran.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. If you're not leaning on the Zerg in some way, that they can get very out of control very fast. It kind of works that way in all the matchups for Zerg, honestly. Or I should say both the matchups, that if they're not being pressured or contested or anything, Zerg gets very, very scary very quick. And Javi once again tries this in on an SCV to get some information and immediately loses it again. So he's been having to play pretty much completely in the dark so far.
Yeah. Luckily for him, though, Siki isn't really doing anything out of the ordinary. And honestly, like, if you can't get the scout off, it's fine to just, like... It's probably fine to just assume they're playing standard, especially if you're against someone like Siki. Like, because it really doesn't make sense as Siki to do anything, like, super weird to throw him off guard, because those kinds of builds are the kind of builds where if they respond like a certain way, there's not a whole lot that you can do to salvage your situation, right? But if you just go for like a standard game, right? Like there's a reason why it's standard, right? And it's because it's a robust build. It can defend like anything.
Yeah. What's our eBay timing here? Okay. It's a little bit tight. This is 2 hatch meter. This is like the only information that Javi didn't get that is kind of important is the gas timing, and he's gonna be able to threaten with the move out at least. I mean, this is a lot of bio. He's been cutting some workers, it looks like, to get there. We might need to even see 3 seconds from Zeke, because this is a huge bio ball coming at him early.
Yeah, some of the Lings actually sneak in. There's no turrets! Wait, our turrets were very, very late.
That's what I'm saying,
especially at the natural. So this is already kind of a huge disaster. And I'm also surprised that we didn't leave the fire bats at home, because that's kind of their purpose, is to defend against any kind of Ling run by just like hold positioning them on the ramp. But here we go. We're gonna try and bust this. I'm not sure how well this is gonna work out, because the mutas are, safely behind here. We do manage to kill one Sunken, but at the cost of this entire Fireball, I don't think it was worth it at all for Javi.
Yeah, not ideal for Javi, right? We took some damage on the other side, and then we got cleaned up very easily. This move out was a little bit later than typically you would like to see. So unfortunately, Zeke is able to get counter damage and get all of his meters down and defend it. And Javi just, a little bit off on his timings. Like I said, I think he didn't recognize... Wait, he didn't assume, I guess, what the meter timing would be, if it was 2 hatch or not. And our turrets were just a little bit late. And I think we're kind of just dead, boys.
Yeah, it's kind of over. Especially... Yeah, this is the unfortunate truth about TVZ, is if your timings are off and the Zerg knows what they're doing, they just, like, instantly exploit it.
Yeah, it's very unforgiving. If your pushes are off, your turrets are a little bit late, you just die. I mean, it's like this in a lot of matchups, right? Especially against really good players, but like we were kind of mentioning, especially with really strong Zerg players, you don't really get any breathing room to mis-execute anything.
Yeah. Honestly, even if he did have his turrets, like, on time and ready, that's not even, like, a guarantee that the mutas aren't gonna do any damage, right? Zeke's literally so good at the muta micro. you have to not only have perfect turret placement and like timing, but also like know how to micro your marines around your turrets to defend the mutas as well. So just the fact that the turrets weren't there was just like purely a death sentence, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit rough for Javi, but we kind of knew it was going to be pretty hard for him. I mean, there's about a 1,000 MMR gap, so
Yeah,
it's
the
tough.
list of people in the world who can beat Zeke is very small. It's not a lot of people, and I would not expect Javi to be able to take that one. But it's definitely unfortunate that this is kind of the way he went out. I'm sure he wanted to show us a better game, but I don't know. Everything is just so tight, and if your turrets are not on time, you just die. That's the way it is.
Yeah. At least Javi has like a good spirit about it, right? He seems like a pretty happy
Oh, he's a
guy.
cool guy. He's a
Yeah,
cool guy.
he just laughs it off. He knows, right? He understands. I appreciate that. I respect that. I need to be more like that.
You already seem to have a more stable mentality than most Terrans, that's for sure.
Oh,
Uh, you don't immediately start balance whining when you lose.
I don't balance wine, but I would not say I have a stable mentality. I'm kind of notorious for getting borderline depressed when I lose a few times in a row. So don't
Oh, so you're not an
misunderstand.
angry Terran, you're a sad Terran.
I get very sad. People, and it's not the fun kind of upset. Like people like to watch people like rage and get mad and that kind of thing. I just get sad and nobody wants to see that.
That's a bit unfortunate. You can't really turn your emotions into content the way other Terrans can.
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately not.
Well, we respond the way we respond. That's just the way it is.
All right. I think we might need to fill a little bit of time here. I think Artos is still slightly MIA, so there might be a little bit of wait time before we get to start the next game, guys. So just hang in there for that. Rice Hat, I have a question for you.
You have a question for me?
Let's say there's some crazy games today. Okay,
Okay.
or some weird builds. What could we do to get access to these builds, Rice Hat?
Oh, I am so glad you asked, because if you go into the chat on Twitch and type !support, that would take you to the website for where you can donate to Plat Esports. And if you make a $10 donation or more, that gives you access to all of the replays played in this tournament. So if you want to go back and check out some of the weirder builds, maybe one of the builds that who was he? Klaus?
Klauso, yeah.
Klausa? If
Yeah,
he pulls
Klauso.
out like a weird build, you can go check it out. Download the replay and study it for yourself, and maybe, I don't know, win some ladder points.
Yeah, or if you just want to watch Zeke, and if you want to learn to be as good as Zeke when you watch him dominate these Terrans, because I know a lot of Zerg players aren't very happy with TVZ or ZVT specifically. Zeke might be able to show you a thing or two. You know, maybe you want to know how to beat Artosis as a Zerg player. You might get to see some of that today.
Yeah, I mean, I see some of the Zerg players in the chat. I know which one of you guys balance wine. I know exactly who thinks that Zerg is underpowered. Don't worry. But you know what?
Hmm.
The stats kind of back you up. So maybe it is very, 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 very slightly Zerg favored. Or sorry, Terran favored. Oh my god. I just like my brain like, defaulted to I can't physically say it. It's too hard.
Too hard, man.
There's a guy in the chat asking me where the hat is. I have my simp hat just on that shelf there. So I'll show it to you guys. This is my simp hat. I got it printed from Toronto Tees, because I live around the area. Yeah, it's a custom printed hat. I have one. Artosis has one because I gave it to him. And a couple other of my friends have it. But
StarCraft is my passion.
yes.
So relatable, man.
Aaron has one too. He loves to show it off.
Yeah.
I unironically wear it to work every day.
Yeah. He alleges that he wears it to work, which is kind of crazy going to work with a hat that just says simp in all caps.
Yep.
But maybe if your coworkers are all like old people, then they wouldn't understand what it means.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, the thing is, most of the people I work with know that I run StarCraft tournaments. So they caught on rather quickly, but it has become a funny point when I'm working with people who aren't my team that also know StarCraft. They're like, wait, I know StarCraft.
Damn, that's crazy. I feel like I don't know a whole lot of people in real life who also know StarCraft that aren't just like friends with me and they only know about it because of me.
It's a wild world out there, man. Sometimes you just have the hat on, and some dude walks up to you and is like, hey, yeah, I played that game once in a while.
Whoa! Okay, that actually works then.
Yeah, I was escorting some guys through our data center, and one of them's like, oh, StarCraft, yeah, we actually just, because obviously these are networking guys, like, yeah, we just had like a small, like, we got like 4 or 5 of the guys together to play on LAN, like a couple weeks ago. And this was right before CS LAN. I'm like, guess what I'm doing in a couple of weeks?
That's sick.
Yeah, I was makes me think of a story. I was playing World of Warcraft, which I never played before. Okay, I played it one run. I was doing hardcore, right? A bunch of my friends were playing. They asked me to play. I tried it out. I got into a guild, and at some point it came up that I played StarCraft, and we just had this random guildie that was like, "Oh, I'm really good at that game," and I was like, "How confident are you that you're really good at that game?" And he said, "I'm good enough to beat you," and I was like, "Perfect. Let's do."
Whoa.
I was like, "Let's do a show match." And whoever wins has to pay a year of WoW subscription for the other player.
Oh, that's
and he was like,
oh, that's painful.
That's
he was
a steep prize pool. That's a lot of betting money you're working with here.
Look,
he agreed to it, all right, and then he never showed up again.
No,
No.
That's the way the story ends.
Yeah, very sad.
Weak.
But I kind of saw it coming. Okay, listen. When random people, okay, are just like, I'm really good at that game, and with no context, are like, I'm better than you. You know, okay, you already
they're just
know
talking crap.
they're not that good. Yeah.
That's. I was really excited there. I wanted to hear about this show match, how it went.
That would be hilarious.
So that's never happened to me. The only thing that ever happens with me is I'm like talking to someone and I'm like, oh, like blah 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 StarCraft, and they're like, StarCraft. I know StarCraft. I played StarCraft. I'm like, you play StarCraft? Do you want to add me on BattleNet? Like, do you want to join CPL? And they're like, no, the last time I played was 2004, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you yeah. A lot.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's my YouTube comment section right there. The number of people on my YouTube that are better than me, but they could quit 20 years ago, so they can't prove it anymore is insane.
Oh, don't worry. There's people like that show up for NSL.
Yeah.
I have seen back when I once tuned in on Artosis' stream, and one of the guys in the chat was like basically talking smack, and he was like, you know what, like 1v1 me, right? Like, you think you're so good, you think you're better than me, 1v1 me. And he actually did. And he got destroyed. Like, already like completely wrecked this guy.
I respect it though.
And then later he typed something like, oh, I haven't played in a long time. It's like, okay.
You know what though? I respect at least showing up.
Yeah, you know what? At least that
100%.
guy showed up. At least that guy showed up. He's better than the guy you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that one. Okay, I've had a lot of people talk trash to me, okay, for that don't really play the game. This is part of being a streamer, YouTuber, whatever it happens.
Yeah.
But I've had 2 guys ever show up. Okay, one guy who said, I was like playing once on Protoss, and he's like, you're not A rank, and he started like going back and forth with me, and he's like, I'll come play you and prove to you you're not A rank. And he was so bad that I killed him with a scout rush PvP. Okay, like this is how bad he was. We're talking like legit 700 MMR or something like this. Okay, And I thought he was trolling, but like, I don't know. I don't know that he was. It seemed serious, okay? But I was like, you know what? At least he genuinely believed. Like, he's so delusional that he believed it. He wasn't just like talking randomly. He actually believed it. So I can cut him some slack there. I prefer that over the people that are like running their mouth and then running away at the same time. Like the guys that are like talking about you while they're running and like looking back at you shouting. Like, I have no respect for these people.
Yeah. That's why I just admit that I'm bad, but I still know what I'm talking about sometimes. Not often, but sometimes.
Yeah.
You gotta have a little bit of that humility. You don't want to be one of those casters who are like, yeah, like I know everything about the game, but don't play me because I'm like actually like D rank. But I know what I'm talking about because I watch. We call them theory crafters. Theory crafters with the parentheses derogatory.
We have a new meme that's popped up in our Discord now. Started with New Ocean.
Oh boy.
New Ocean? Wait, that name sounds so.
He's the one who like
He's
two gates everyone on
He
stream.
two gates in every matchup, yeah.
Was he in the chat yesterday?
Yeah.
He was, yeah.
He hangs out a bunch. He's a super cool dude.
He's a cool guy. He barely has a pulse. He's like 70 APM Protoss, but he's a cool guy.
I mean, that's like the highest achieving Protoss out there.
Yeah, you just described like most of the Protosses on ladder.
Yeah, but he started a new meme, and it hurt because he wasn't joking. He really meant it, and that's why it really hurt. But he told me yesterday, we were playing some games last night, and he said, "Ozzy, I just want you to know, I see you more as a caster than a player."
Damn.
And it hurt because he meant it.
See, that one hurts because you know he wasn't trying to hurt you.
Yeah,
that's just like his honest opinion.
Saying,
yeah.
I was
like,
the
nicest thing I could say. You're just like,
Oh, that one hurts here. It's just like, damn, this is just like your true thoughts about me. You're not even like saying stuff to make me angry. You're just like, this is how you are to me.
Yeah,
this is what you are. It's okay, man. We'll all make it. We'll all make it. I mean, you said your Protoss was A rank. That gets you onto IPSL round of 24, maybe.
Yeah, could be. I mean,
yeah, but
I haven't
the thing is, I view Ozzy much more of a caster than
yeah, see, that's why you're here and not playing, right?
Well, that was the thing. They asked me to maybe sub in if SPX wasn't playing, and I was like, "Look, I'm not a player. I'm a caster. This is not what I do."
To you. He got to you.
Yeah, permanent damage has been done.
Okay. All right. Hang on tight, guys. We have confirmed that the players have showed up. They are, in fact, here. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Because depending on who you ask, Artosis is around A to S rank. So the MMR difference is not nearly as bad as it was in the last matchup. So this could really go either way.
I expect we'll see some competitive games, or I guess one game between these two. Assuming we don't die to something like really early. Like I said, I don't really know what to expect from Klaus. So I've only seen a little bit of his TVP stuff, and it's against New Ocean, so it's possibly he's like clowning on New Ocean because he does like a lot of Wraith builds and stuff in TVP. So I don't know if this is how he normally plays or if this is just because they know each other. So
not just a Leda fan.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Wraith builds are one of those things where if your micro is 500 times better than your opponent's, then it can work.
Yeah.
But in any other circumstance...
Wait, hear me out. Hear me out. Unironically, if someone goes proxy DT and you defend it well, I genuinely think 2-port Cloak Wraith is like a super strong counter. Because...
It's a counter.
Yeah, because when people open proxy DT, it's always 2-base Arbiter without Robo. Like the Robo is always going to be super late. So when you'll have like 5 or 6 Wraith when the first Arbiter comes out and you just run in and kill it. and it's like legitimately good.
Oh, that's interesting. But what if will you have enough tanks to defend the counterattack?
Yeah, because they're not gonna have a lot of army either, right? It was proxy DT into like Arbiter Rush off 2 base, so they're not gonna have a lot of army, and you're on 2 gas, so you can afford 5, 6 Wraith and continue tank production as well. It's actually good. Like
Okay, so
I'm
you
not
build
trolling.
Wraith
It's like
off of 2 starports and tanks off of 1 factory?
yeah, pretty much. And you still have like the extra minerals for vultures and things too, so you're not like dead in the water with Wraith.
Mhm. What happens after you kill the Arbiter?
You just play.
You
You play
just
with an advantage. Their tech was
okay.
useless. Take your third, whatever.
Huh. I don't think I'm ever gonna try that, but I'll keep it in mind.
I've done it a time or two and it worked out pretty well. So I stand by it.
Really?
Yeah. As long as you defend well. You can also just do an on location third, which is probably a better reaction, but this is more fun and satisfying and it makes you feel cool.
I do like plays that make you feel cool. That's why I like going nuke.
Yeah.
I've only ever successfully landed a nuke one time in like a CPL game, and that was the one replay that broke. I've never had a replay just like
What
completely
matchup?
don't work for me. But that one just like irrecoverable.
That's sad. Was it TVT, TVP? What was
It
it?
was TVP.
Yeah, nice.
I even did the boxer thing where you EMP'd the Nexus and then nuked it.
Yeah, that's always it feels really good to do that. Well, now that we're talking about this, I have another short story here.
Yeah.
Looks like our players are almost ready, so I'll try and get this one out pretty quick. We were doing team melee. It was me and Wolfix versus New Ocean and Worst, TVP.
Another New Ocean
And
story.
yeah, we had a game on Radeon. It went on. It was like a 40-minute game, team melee 2v2 like this, right? Where Wolfix and I were running Ghost. We were doing nukes, lockdowns, things like that for the arbiters and carriers.
Mhm.
And we were losing. We got to split map, but somehow we were still losing. I don't even understand how, to be honest. Doesn't matter. Point is, we were way behind, and then
Okay.
Wolfix snuck a ghost and was nuking a Nexus. Okay.
Yeah.
And the carriers were retreating back. That we didn't even know what happened. Okay. And then he nukes the Nexus, and then worse GGs and leaves. And we're like, what happened? The game was like we lost. And it turns out that nuke killed every single carrier completely on accident.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Ozzy, you gotta send me that replay now. I have
Well,
to
it
see it.
was team melee, and we weren't on shield battery, so there is no watchable replay.
No.
Yeah, so we didn't. We'll never get to see that happen. Only Worst knows. He's the only
It's
one that'll ever
always
know.
it's always the nuke games that there's no replay. Why
Yeah,
is
yeah,
this? How can this be?
yeah. It turns out team melee replays will only work if you play them on shield battery. Very
That's
sad.
too bad. That's
Yeah,
too
very
bad.
very sad.
Well, I've I mean, I've honestly been like actually trying to include nukes in my gameplay more, just like for no reason other than like it's fun and sometimes I don't know what else to do in like certain situations, right? Like,
hmm
you know, when you playing like TVP, right? And Protoss starts like securing all their bases with like pylon walls and cannons and like all that kind of stuff, and you can't really kill it with vulture run bys, but you also don't want to do like an entire push to kill it. I've started trying to nuke those positions instead of like doing anything else. And anytime someone sees me do that, they start talking about how I'm trolling. No, I'm not trolling. I just think I don't know, it's just like a legitimate attempt to play that kind of like mid to late games style where like if you can't break the Protoss like pylon wall, like I don't know what else you do.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm an advocate of nukes in all three matchups. Honestly, it's just hard to get there, I think TVZ it's completely underrated to like use for like pushes and stuff, but it's hard to get there. Like I said,
Yeah,
because you
TVZ,
pretty much have to be on 3 base.
against Zerg, I've also been trying to like incorporate that as well, especially against opponents who there are certain Zergs out there, okay, and you know who you are, who love to just make Sunkens into ultras. All right, so crazy Zerg is when you skip lurkers and you skip defilers. Your game plan goes from like Ling Sunken to mutas straight into ultras with carapace upgrades. Okay, that's crazy Zerg. But some of you like to do this insane Zerg where you only build Sunkens until you have ultras. I think in that situation you have to nuke them. It's like by law you have
And
to
yet
nuke
you've
that
never
Zerg.
nuked me.
I'm gonna nuke you from now on, Aaron. Anytime you try that again, I'm going nuke. No more tank pushes. All right, sounds good. Sounds like the players are just a little while longer. Everyone's just kind of getting set up. I think we had a bit of a time zone miscommunication that may or may involve ChatGPT giving out the wrong response as usual because AI is like that. Very common AIL.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've also got a little bit of stuff going on the side here. I don't know. How do you feel about me advertising a little bit on your Twitch? Would this bother you, Aaron? We got I'm just sorting out some stuff with the anonymous tournament. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. I'm running an anonymous tournament in my Discord right now, and the cast will actually be the next couple days, Monday, Tuesday. So really looking forward to that. But it's essentially we got a 16-man tournament where 16 people signed up. Nobody knows who signed up. I'm the only person that knows who the players are, and we're gonna go through the whole tournament, casting the games, and we'll reveal everything at the end. So I think it's pretty fun for
Oh, is
the
it one of
viewers
those
and the
things?
players.
Is it one of those things where like after the games end, you have to guess who it was?
That's what I'm doing. I'm taking everybody's guesses. I'm gonna do some off-stream interviews for the round of 8 for the winners and kind of see what they think about the tournament, who they've played so far, that kind of thing. And it'll like all be revealed at the end. So it's kind of a slow burn. You know, you're just gonna be watching games where you don't know who's who and you can maybe guess, but suddenly the fun part's at the end, I guess, more than anything.
All right, looks like we are finally getting into the game. Oh. Okay. JK. We're waiting a little longer, I guess. You playing in CPL, Ozzy?
I am playing in CPL. I didn't do the preseason stuff because I've been kind of swamped with like my Coliseum thing and doing all the casting and stuff, and I've barely played. A lot of internet issues and stuff too. So, but they agreed to let me play without doing the preseason. So, very generous of the CPL guys.
That's good.
I'll for sure be coaching, and I'll probably play some games as well. Yeah.
That sounds good. I feel like I'm getting completely sandbagged in the preseason because I'm just losing against every Protoss that I play. Like every other matchup, I'm like, yeah, I kind of do like really well in all the other matchups where it's just like, yeah, I think this week one of the guys tried to BBS me and I just like defended that. And then there's like a Zerg who tried to lurker rush me and I defended that. And then against Protoss, I would get myself into really advantageous positions and then throw the mid game. by like doing my push wrong or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I hope I don't get into like I hope I don't go down a tier. That's my one hope.
Yeah, for sure. All right, looks like we are finally in the game here, guys. Artosis versus Klauso here on Radeon for best of one. Spawning here in the bottom right, we have our first Terran player, Klauso.
And spawning on the bottom left, the man, the myth, the legend, the TTS Lord himself. It is Artosis.
Dude, I love the green screen.
Oh my god, he has the greens. I didn't even notice. I did not even notice. What is he eating? He's like chewing on gum or something. You see his mouth? Can we get a zoom in on the Artosis mouth movement?
Yeah, no, he's always kind of like jawing a little bit, huh? It seems like.
Dark chocolate. Oh yeah, we forget Artosis is a gamer. Apparently, dark chocolate is what the pro gamers eat in between games.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've actually never heard this before.
Like, I don't know. Apparently, dark chocolate is just like a really good energizer for like you just like eat it real quick and it like re-energizes you or something.
Yeah, I mean, I like dark chocolate in small amounts, so I could actually see why that would be kind of good. It's like not overly sugary, right?
All right, I can be a bit of a nerd if you'd like.
Okay, Aaron.
All right,
I think
Aaron.
Aaron has something to say. Go ahead.
All right, so the so there's a bit of science behind it. It's one that it does help you focus up a little bit. I don't fully understand that, but I do know that there is a little bit of science behind that. The other thing too is that studies have shown that if you do something while you practice and then do it again while you're doing the thing, you are more likely to remember. So this is popular in college, where you'll like chew on something like gum while you're studying, and then you chew on gum during your test, and you're more likely to remember. But now you can get back to casting.
That sounds like one of those things that like it sounds like pseudoscience, but because our brains work in such weird ways, like it might just be true. By the way, guys, Klauso went for CC first.
Yeah, so we were talking about how Klauso might do something off meta. We're just opening up a 13cc. He went crawl scout first as well. Doesn't see the crawl scout, so he doesn't get that gigantic advantage. But Artosis is going to get a last scout most likely, unless we end scout, which you typically don't in this matchup.
So as per usual, every possible thing is going wrong for our boy. But you know what? Like his TVT is probably good enough that he could play from behind. So we're just gonna see how he responds to it. It's especially bad that it's a last scout, because if you go for factory expansion and you first scout them, like there's a little bit of play here, right? Like you can send your first Marine out, you can do a little bit of harassment, but oh wait, is he end scouting?
Yeah, looks like he is gonna get it end scout here. So
okay, so we will see it not like the latest possible, but he is. I think he is. All right, guys. Let's look at his face. It's face time. All right, how does he react to CC first? Nah. He's got the pro gamer face on.
He's locked in. He's locked in.
He's locked in.
We're chewing extra hard. All right, let's see what his response is going to be. I'm going to drop that CC, and we'll see if he wants to go for like a proxy starport or something like this, or maybe just wants to play it out like this from normal. It's very hard to play just straight up from here because you're so far behind an eco. They just have this huge explosion of army early on. He did send this vulture across the map, so these Marines actually abandoned killing this STV early. And I think the vulture is just going to hold the position right now. So yeah, we'll need to keep an eye on how Artosis wants to respond to this, because if you just try to play like completely normal and standard, it's rough. You're just so like 13cc is insane, eco advantage.
Yeah. I hear a lot of people talk about how actually it's very common to just go for 3 factory vulture after you do your CC first, because your eco advantage is so like massive that you can actually like pump out vultures and catch up to like a factory expand pretty quick. But if you kind of go for that Vulture War style, you like trade out evenly basically, but you just have more workers than your opponent.
Yep. Yep, exactly.
But you know what? Even though Klauso went for like the CC first build and basically got away with it, like 100% got away with it, the advantage doesn't actually seem to be that big, right? Our supplies are perfectly even. I think the only thing that feels a little bit different is Klauso is probably getting his tech earlier. We see he's already putting down an armory, as well as an academy. So all this is gonna come before Artosis can get any of his tech down.
Yeah, the reason it looks like it's not that bad, like if you're looking at the supplies, because Artosis is making vultures, whereas Klauso's not, right? He's just going into his tech. He's got a big SCV advantage right now, and he's gonna have an explosion of factories a lot sooner. He's gonna be getting Goliath, tanked, and his scans very early to push out against these mines. He wants to make sure he doesn't get contained. So yeah, that's part of why it looks like it's kind of okay, is because these vultures are sucking up a bit of extra supply.
Yeah, the numbers don't tell the full story here. The tech advantage early on in Terran versus Terran can be really big, especially if you know how to sort of press it, right? Vultures, they're really good in the early game, but they fall off really fast once, your opponent starts getting siege tanks, in siege lines, and Goliaths out as well. Goliaths are actually, like, very good in, like, small to medium numbers against Vultures as well.
Yeah, Goliath, they're fantastic against Vulture. We'll see. I think Artosis he's trying to rush for this contain, I think, is the plan. And Klauso kind of knows this is the threat, right? So that's why he got these really early scanners. We'll see how early he wants to start pushing out, because he definitely doesn't want to get contained, especially from kind of like north to south contain. For those of you that don't know, like units, so tanks can shoot further than they can see, right? And units actually see further to the south than they do to the north. So if Artosis gets set up, he just has that automatic vision advantage from this angle. So it can be very hard to break out of.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Radion, it's very easy to just get contained on your quadrant, right? So we talked about how easy it was to defend this kind of 3-base setup, but the converse is it's also easy to block if you get an advantage, just like contain someone on that 3-base setup as well. And that's exactly what Artosis is trying to do. And he seems so far to be like fairly successful, but with the eco and tech advantage that Klauso has, we're gonna have to see how he tries to break out of this.
Yeah, he just lost to Goliath for free. Oh my god, a huge
mine. The mine!
This is a disaster. He just lost everything for free. Like, what was that, 3 Goliath and a tank for free?
Yeah.
It's very hard to not get contained from here now. And Artosis is already taking his 3rd base. I like this play.
Yeah, Artosis basically instantly capitalized on that advantage, right? Like, you see him lose like 2 tanks and a Goliath basically for nothing, and you know they don't have any more power behind their attack, right? So you can totally do something like take a 3rd, and because his 3rd is so early, I feel like given like only like maybe a couple minutes, he would have completely negated any initial advantage that Klauso got with his build order.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I would say that Klauso's in a lot of trouble now. This is kind of that hard contain in this quadrant that we were talking about. He's got his extra factories coming down now, so he's going to have that production advantage, but he's going to be so far behind. Like, positioning in TVT is kind of the most important thing. Right, I didn't realize he built this high ground 3rd, by the way, so I guess it's not as bad as I thought it was, but going back to my point, positioning, we are going to try and break this position now. He's moving in forward with his tanks, but there's a fair amount of tanks here with the vultures coming in to take some more shots for Artosis, and he's going to easily clean this up and hold this position. And Klauso down 30 supply now, 20 supply, I guess, with a positional disadvantage. This is looking pretty brutal.
Yeah, Artosis is really showing us, like, just how good his TVT is, right? Like, that position right there, like, I think Klauso and Artosis had basically even amounts of tanks and supply in terms of, like, the amount of units that are in that fight, but, man, like, the contain is just so strong, and Artosis played that perfectly.
Yeah,
you
the vultures
basically
coming back
lost
in.
nothing once again, right? Like, and how many more trades of like all your units versus nothing can you make before the game becomes like unsalvageable?
Brother, just repair your barracks. We don't have to build the new one. Okay.
Oh, it's hard to tell sometimes if you can actually make it, but he just barely got it. Just barely. And you don't want that barracks to die either, right? Like that really kind of slows down your momentum by so much. And Red Clauso is already so far behind, he cannot afford any kind of momentum loss like that.
Yeah, there's kind of a thing that Artosis did here, and I've always kind of struggled with balancing this, where so he had a really good fight, right? And he had a pretty big army advantage. And you kind of have the option to pivot a bunch of tanks to the right side of the bridge here. And the main thing you're looking for is to deny that third gas, right? But the issue would be that if you send a bunch over there, then it makes you too weak to hold the front. So he decided not to do that, and he's just going to send a couple tanks over here. But Klauso going to come over here and try to break this position. So some tanks are going to pivot over, some pretty big mine hits. And he does push these tanks back at least. But for now, he is still a little bit contained, for sure.
Yeah, that was actually a really smart move from Red Clauso. He saw that there was a weakness on the top side, and he tried to push the advantage. But Artosis responded very quickly and essentially like ensured that he didn't actually make any real progress, right? Like, like for the most part, everything is still the same as it was before, right? Like we did kill 2 tanks, that's for sure. But we also traded some of our own units, and we didn't actually get that much land out of it, right? Like we didn't really change the position either way. But we're going to try this once again. We do have a very significant unit advantage, and we are going to finally push through this block here. And I think at this point, Red Clauso has finally broken free.
Yeah, he cleared up enough space that he can at least sneak some vultures out. So Artosis does have to at least worry about that now. Could be like a little bit of a vulture backstab on this third base, and Clauso going to make sure he's not taking any other like crazier bases. And Artosis is doing something that I really like when you have the strong contain doing this rate transition, because it's very good against dropships as well, because a lot of times when you contain someone, they're going to go for drops, and Wraith can kind of counter that.
All right, we see the backstab coming in on the third base for Artosis here. We have a missing supply depot here. We definitely needed that wall completely set up. So now these vultures are going to get in here, and we're going to try to get some economic damage done. But Artosis is very fast with the response here. I don't think we actually... Okay, so 4 kills on that vulture. So we killed a fair amount of SCVs, but it's not going to be enough to turn the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of something to kill some SCVs, but yeah, it's not enough. I mean, Artosis is getting very good trades, and he might catch him off guard like really, really hard with his Wraith. I don't think there's any Goliath out. At least I haven't seen any recently. And yeah, it could just be a game ender when these Wraiths show up if we're not... No turrets, no Goliath, anything like that. We could be in a lot of trouble.
This was a crazy reversal of fortunes from Artosis here. I really need to look back on the replay. Maybe I need to buy that get that $10 donation replay pack and really study the way Artosis played the build in the early game, because I usually have no idea how you're supposed to respond to a CC first, especially if you don't scout it in time. But he's really showing off like just how much TVT knowledge he has in that brain of his, right? This is all like very good plays from Artosis, basically always making the right move here.
Yeah, and there's another thing he's doing that is kind of a mistake that a lot of Terrans make, is he's not overexpanding after getting positional advantage. It actually can be very bad if you get a contain and then you go too fast to expanding a bunch, right? This is actually a really common mistake that Terrans will make, because what ends up happening is you spread yourself more and more thin, and you're making your contain weaker and weaker to grow your economic advantage. But in TVT, economy is kind of inferior to positioning, right? Like, positioning in TVT is the most superior thing. But here we go. We got a big bust attempt coming here from Klauso, and Artosis does move his tanks up. In the meantime, here come the Wraith. Not a single Goliath in sight. And a lot of these tanks, they're going to have to either unsiege or sit here and die. So either way is feeling terrible. So many Wraith coming in for Artosis.
Oh my god. Klauso gets caught completely with his pants down here. He doesn't have even a single unit that shoots up. The 2 Wraiths that were present in the beginning instantly gets cloak and sniped by Artosis's Air Force here. And now these tanks are going to run into this minefield as well, trying to escape from those wraiths. Everything is going Artosis's way in this fight. I don't see Klauso being able to come back from something like this.
Yeah, a little bit of a TVT masterclass here from Artosis. I really feel like he made virtually no mistakes. He looked very, very strong. He very calmly reacted to the 13cc, right? We didn't panic or do anything crazy. I like that he only made a few vultures. A lot of times, like, I feel like I need to make a ton of vultures to get a big minefield out, but he actually went pretty light on the vultures just for initial mines while getting into his tanks as quickly as possible and kind of going for this contain. So Artosis making 13cc look like it's just a bad build.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And I do think you're right about not expanding too quickly, right? And we're seeing kind of what happens when you play it correctly, right? Like Artosis basically pushed his advantage not by getting more bases, but by investing in wraiths, right? And really thinking about like, oh, what are the different ways that Klauso could try to break out of this, right? He could just like make a lot of tanks and vultures and just try to push it. And if that happens, I have my wraiths to deal with that. So this is I don't know. We're sort of seeing Klauso run out of options more and more now. He's going into Vessel, which is not something you usually want to spend your gas on, right? Like, look at the amount of Goliaths and tanks he has. He's going to try to push through this choke point, but Artosis is so entrenched in this position here. I feel like Klauso is just going to end up throwing all of his units away.
Yeah, this is kind of a desperation push attempt, right? Where he knows he's been hard contained. He hasn't taken good enough trades, and he just was maybe hoping to go forward. He's so far from getting dropships or anything like that going. So last little hoorah push there from Klauso. Artosis is going to shut it down and take a very clean TVT win here.
Very well done from our boy here. He knew exactly what he was doing every step of the way. And that's actually something that I hear a lot of coaches talk about in TVT. It's just like how you play when you're ahead versus when you're behind, right? Like drop ships are usually something you only play or you only start building when you have like a bit of an even game or if you're a bit behind. But if you're ahead, you always want to go wraiths. And we're sort of seeing kind of why, right? Like, what are you going to realistically accomplish with a bunch of dropships when you're in Artosis's position? If you're in Klauso's position, you could try to make some kind of sneaky play or use the dropships to break out of your contain. But if you're Artosis, then the wraiths come in really handy, basically just to counter anything that Klauso tries to do.
Yeah, they're very good against intercepting dropships and also kind of like the big fights too, like showing up and helping with the big fights like we saw there, right? You do kind of have the option to go like defensive dropships to chase their dropships, but I think when you have that kind of positioning, I like Wraith a lot more.
Yeah, and I can see why as well. They're also a bit of an expensive investment as well, right? So you don't really want to be spending that money if you're behind, right? But honestly, like Klauso didn't really make more than like 2 wraiths. I think making 2 wraiths is still pretty smart because you can get that scouting advantage when you're trying to like really slowly push out and try to like snipe tanks like 1 or 2 at a time. So that's like a totally fair play. And then Klauso decides to strong commit into like a ground force rather than try to break it with dropships.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick little 5-minute break here. Gonna refuel on some water, stuff like that. And we'll be back with the winners match, Artosis versus Vyncke.
All right, welcome back, guys. I hope you had a nice break where you did all the things you need to do, because now we're going to go straight into our next match, which is going to be Artosis versus Vyncke.
Hype. Yeah, well, I'm excited if Artosis plays well today, TVZ.
So far, it looks like he's kind of on fire. I mean, that
yeah,
last game,
yeah.
like I was gonna say that last game, right? Yeah, we talked about how he has really good TVT. But truthfully, right, like if Klauso is like an mid A rank player, he's not actually that far off from Artosis's skill level. And he actually started off with probably the best possible start he could ask for, right? Like CC first against a factory expand, and you scouted him second trying to do an end scout. Like, I don't know. I think he's playing really well.
Yeah, no, I agree with that sentiment 100%. Artosis looked very locked in today, so yeah, if we continue that trend, he actually can make Vyncke sweat a little bit, which would be really nice to see. But it looks like we are hopping into this first game here on Dominator. It's going to be Artosis versus Vyncke.
All right, spawning on the top left at the 11 o'clock position of Dominator, it is Starcast Vyncke.
And his opponent here at the 3 o'clock position. Love him or hate him, we all love to watch him. We have our boy, Artosis.
All right, I cannot wait to see what Artosis has in store for Vyncke. I mean, we sort of know him as someone who always talks about, oh, like there's like an honorable way to play, and that's playing standard, that's going macro, that's like doing, SK Terran or whatever, right? He'll say that, but what he mostly means is when you're practicing, that's how you should practice. But in a tournament settings, right, like all gloves are off, you can pull whatever kind of ridiculous stuff you want to pull in this kind of tournament, and that's like the correct way to play it. And we have seen Artosis go for some like crazy builds as well. Like we've seen him do BBS, we've seen him do 8 racks, right? We've seen him do all kinds of like things to just kind of mix up the matchup. And that's exactly the kind of playstyle I want to see out of him playing against a much stronger opponent such as Vyncke.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I have seen Artosis mix in some pretty unique builds too. I saw him, the game that he took off Ferret, that first game, he went a BSB, which is a pretty uncommon build. So he can do some cheeky stuff, and yeah, I'll be curious to see what he has planned for this. I think from what I know of Artosis, I expect him maybe to open a little bit standard here and maybe just try to play like a solid SK Terran possibly. And then maybe mix it up if that doesn't go super well for him.
Yeah, that is sort of what you would typically expect, and it's kind of what we're seeing right now. He is just getting his wall, and presumably going to make a 15 or 18 command center after that. And I think that mostly depends on the scouting, right? The main reason why you wouldn't want to do 15 CC against 12 hatchery is if the drone is already like in your base by the time you put it down, because then the drone can start harassing you and there's really not a whole lot you can do about it. But hey, wait, is this a full wall? I thought full walls were banned.
Banned? No, it's open on the bottom, the very bottom there.
Okay, so his drone just kind of turned around, I guess. Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm just like remembering like when Dominator allowed you to do full wall offs, right? And there was this one time I was like playing like a tournament match or a show match or something, and it didn't let me wall off because it was a new version of Dominator. So I just had like a completely like open area like in my wall, and I was getting Ling Rush too. It's just like, oh my god, this is terrible. I'm never walling on Dominator ever again.
Yeah.
I don't know. At some point, they started adding like the one square of unbuildable terrain in front of like your natural.
Yeah, and I really hate that. Like when Radeon did it, was kind of the first time I really noticed it. And it is a little bit. I hate it. Just that, like I said, that pixel of like you can't do what you want here. Like it's like a big screw you, you know?
Yeah, essentially. But you know what? This wall off that Artosis has right here is still like good enough to get the job done, right? Like we actually have 6 Lings. This is more than what I would normally expect, but 4 Marines with this kind of setup should be more than enough to deal with it.
Yeah, this will hold on pretty well. And one of the big advantages to going wall off that I really started, like the main reason I started doing this because of the 1 Rax Academy, you can kind of cut Marines and get your production and stuff a lot faster, right? You're not in as much danger, but I think Artosis goes for he kind of goes for 2 Rax Acad like every game, but the timing is usually a little bit weird. It's like he does kind of like a non-aggressive 2 Rax Acad where he doesn't really push out and threaten you with it. It's a little bit different. It comes out later, and it's more of like a, hey, my Marines are out here, so don't attack when you're mutas type thing. But he doesn't really pressure with it from what I've seen. We'll see if he wants to do it different this time, but in his series against Red, he pretty much stayed home with it, which was
that's interesting. I feel like you actually, I feel like there must be some kind of reason for it because that sort of goes against the entire idea of the build order, right? The whole reason why you want to go for your fast academy is so you can threaten this kind of push and force Sunkens out of them, and also force their mutas to stay back as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, if you don't accomplish your goal by moving out, I guess one thing is that if you move out and then you scan and see 2 Sunkens building, you've essentially accomplished what you set out to do with this build. You force the Sunkens, right? Zerg is like pressured in a way, right? Like they felt pressured, they felt the need to build the 2 Sunkens, and keeping your bio ball at home does sort of mean that you have more to threaten with later, right? Because even though we do have stim finished, Marines don't really start becoming like a big threat again until after you get +1 and range.
We're gonna finish in time. Oh, just barely.
Oh.
Okay. It is under threat though. The Marines are a little bit late getting here, and the turret's actually just gonna go down. Looks like we're threatening to maybe go for a bit of a counterattack instead to make him pull back these mutas so they don't sit on top of his barracks. And I think that's pretty good for Artosis because there were no Sunkens, so Vyncke has to respect this. He can't just continue sitting on the barracks because we didn't have those creep colonies. So that move out from Artosis was what it was like, kind of an interesting way of protecting yourself, right? But now that the Sunkens are coming up, Vyncke feels comfortable going back in, and we did not get our turrets back up. And here we go. We're going to throw in that counter, make them pull back. But there's a couple adjustments I've seen from Artosis so far that I might talk about here in a second. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, let's see just what this attack can do here. I mean, wait, did we force a 3rd Sunken as well? That line there does look a lot bigger. Yeah, 3 Sunkens should be more than enough to deal with this. So now Artosis just has to come back home with this Marine Ball, because if you just like sit out there and Zerg goes up to like 9 mutas, he can sort of muta micro you to death, or just like do what he's doing right here and jump on top of your turrets and your Marines who don't have any medic support. This is actually turning into a little bit of a disaster for Artosis, actually. We lost a lot of units and both turrets as well.
Yeah, I mean, Artosis hasn't really taken any serious damage so far, but it's always scary when the turrets go down, right? But yeah, the couple of adjustments that I've seen so far from Artosis compared to the Red game, one is that he made more medics, and 2 is that he didn't make his usual like 17 turrets, right? Because normally he does this kind of like 2 racks into 3 racks, low pressure build, and then makes like 1,000 turrets and delays his factory for too long. But I'm definitely seeing that today things are looking a lot more reasonable, right? It does mean, of course, that it's a little bit more threatening from the muta, but yeah, really nice catch. All these mutas are still alive, but really, really bruised.
Yeah, he's sort of rebuilt one of the turrets here, and now that his Marines have Marine range and stim as well, he can sort of stabilize and mostly ward off the mutas here. But I think for the most part, the mutas have accomplished their goal, right? Like, especially in the beginning when he's pressuring the turrets so hard, and he got a lot of basically dead bio here. Even now, right? Like killing these Marines, all of this is basically preventing Artosis from really building up the critical mass that he wants for the mid game. If Artosis can't get like this critical mass out, then the Zerg won't feel any pressure to play super defensive and can take a fourth.
Yeah, kind of a strange third base placement here for Vyncke. It does make taking a fourth actually a little bit more difficult for him a little bit later on. But right now the vessel timing is looking pretty solid overall. We just 11 meters, man. They shoot their turrets so fast. Your turrets are basically there to buy you time. And it looks like instead of defending, he's going to go for the counterattack. I think there's 4 Sunkens up there, though, so it's going to be a pretty tough position to break.
Actually, one of the Sunkens isn't, or one of the creep colonies hasn't been made into a Sunken yet. And if there aren't any lurkers there, do we have lurker tech, or do we have Hydra Den or anything? No, actually, this could be vulnerable. We'll see. It's all going to come down to the Mutamicro, right? Like, if Vyncke can dispatch of this Bio Ball with the help of the Mutas, like, there's no lurkers here.
Yeah, with the 4 Sunken and the Mutas here, I don't think he can anymore. And there's also, there still was on +1 on the Brains, which I feel like this is a little bit late. Nice little pick up there. Okay, it did finish just now. Okay.
Yeah, Artosis is just kind of sitting out front here. I was sort of thinking that if he was fast enough with it, he could have just ran in, killed most of the Sunkens, and then the Mutas wouldn't have been able to come back on time to defend this. But now that the lurkers are done, there's not a whole lot that you can do from this position here, apart from just sit outside and make sure that Zerg doesn't do anything sneaky.
This is so annoying from Vyncke. 11 Meta is just so strong, chewing through these turrets and kind of threatening. We do have our vessels out, so we might potentially get irradiates here on the Meta's. Kind of an interesting attempt to catch them here on the top side with this Bio Ball.
Yeah, I mean, that was a cute little play there from Artosis. If it actually succeeded, it could have been kind of crazy, because especially since I feel like the way you play as Zerg is you have to pay really close attention to what your Mutas are doing, because like if you they're pretty fragile in the end, right? But like if you want to go back in macro, then you just kind of click them to like a safe place, and then you go back and you don't pay attention to the Mutas for like 3 seconds. So that was that could have worked out really well for Artosis if he was just a little faster on the draw.
And he's
good targeting on the Scourge, actually.
Yeah, it is nice to pick off those Scourge so his vessel's not in danger, but these Mutas at this, I mean, we're at 12 minutes and the Mutas are still getting a ton of value, which is not what you want to be dealing with this Terran. We should have a Radiate by now. Okay, it's finally coming to a Radiate, so it'll at least kill some of these off potentially.
Yeah,
but, man,
I think those Marines would have been. I think those Marines would have been better off at home defending, because if your Bio Ball doesn't have like the critical mass. Oh, good catch there from Artosis. But yeah, if your Bio Ball isn't big enough, the Mutas could just like pounce on them and kill basically a whole bunch of units for free.
Yeah. Yeah, this is rough. Now we got our Defilers out, and Artosis hasn't really got any damage done to Vyncke, right? He's fought the Mutas, and that's pretty much it. So other than that, Vyncke's been able to do everything he wanted so far this game, completely uncontested. So now with Defilers coming out, third base has been up and running for a while. Gonna be taking that fourth base now on the left side there, and I get worried when we're starting to hit so late in the game when we haven't seen a single Irradiate.
Yeah, I think the Vessel Cloud is not as big as you would want it to be at this stage of the game, but we do have Fire Bats out and a D-Matrix as well, so this force isn't completely made impotent by the Dark Swarm, but unfortunately Artosis is still forced to retreat here.
Yeah, the trade was okay. Interesting choice to go for the D-Matrix there, kind of a little bit of a Hail Mary attempt, but I mean, at least kills out the Defiler and kills a handful of the Lurkers, so I think there's, what, like 2 Lurkers left? Yeah, just 2 Lurkers here under the Swarm now, so not really threatening anymore. And he's going to move across the map, finally with his vessels, and maybe we can start getting some value here, but Artosis has a lot of ground to make up.
Oh no, we're
Oh,
move
no.
commanded into the middle of the map. We have to, yeah, we have to pay attention here. These Lings got so much done for,
Oh, man.
yeah, for pretty much nothing.
Yeah, they just kind of right-clicked into a meat grinder there. That was a disaster for Artosis. Just lost. He's finally
Did you,
walking
like,
across the
stack?
map. And, yeah.
Oh my, that was a fast. That was quick. He's quick on the draw there. Like, I feel like it's actually kind of hard to stack units like that because you have to position them properly. But Zeke really knows what he's doing here. Damn, good players are good at the game.
Who would have thought, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel like there are a lot of things in StarCraft that a really good player will do, and if you don't actually like play the game at any kind of competitive level, you won't actually appreciate it, right? It's like stuff like stacking 2 lurkers like with like 3 clicks, right? Like that's actually kind of difficult to do and takes a little bit of practice, but all the good players know how to do it like with like no brain power. I kind of blanked on the kind of word I wanted to use there, but yeah.
No, I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
All right, we're catching this
base
base though.
Yeah, we're gonna get on top of this base and deny this base, which is nice. We're kind of setting up for own third as well. I mean, we are getting some value here and there, but it's like we're kind of teetering on the edge of being a bit too far like behind, right? We are finally taking a supply lead, which typically in this matchup you're pretty far ahead of Terran. He's managed to retain his vessels at least, which is a really good thing. I don't think he's lost even one. Immediately catches this Defiler too. Really nice awareness there from Artosis. Make sure we don't eat a big plague or something on the backside of it. Pretty decent plague though. Goes down on these firebuds.
Oh my gosh. Zeke taking the bottom or the 7 o'clock base there. I'm not sure if Artosis knows that base exists.
Yeah, not currently. He might be scanning for it a little bit later because he knows that Zeke is going to have to get a 4th here in the next few minutes.
These sneaky little move outs from Zerg are always so scary, but Artosis does in fact catch this one, so we're going to deal with that one promptly. The Defiler has not been irradiated yet, so there's still the threat of moving forward, but yeah, no, it looks like this one won't do anything. But these are always really scary because once the Defiler like gets into a position where it can be really annoying, such as like in your 3rd base or outside your natural, then things can get really dicey really fast.
Yeah, he's kind of doing this like annoying side to side, like small pushes with these Defiler. But okay, nice. We do catch that one. We do have a few Ultras joining the fray now, as this big push goes out on the left side for Artosis. I think he found that bottom left base, so he wants to go clear that. But he's got to make sure he, defends back at home at the same time.
Yeah, he's pushing out with a very, very large army here, but there isn't a whole lot at home. And to really fight Ultras, you need a large group of Marines. You can't really do it fighting like only a couple at a time. But we're committing really, really, really hard to this attack. And I'm not sure if this is the right move.
We just double irradiate the same Ultra.
Oh, I hope we didn't.
I think that's what happened there. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Alright, well, he's going to kill this base, but how much damage is he going to take at home? I mean, there's more units streaming across the map going into his 3rd base now as well, losing a bunch of SCVs. And I think this bunker might barely hold on against these Lings. Actually, maybe not even. Yeah, not even that. And unfortunately, Artosis may be overcommitted, but it was a hard position because he just didn't have a lot to work with in the first place. And I think this is going to start snowballing for Zeke. Even though he is still only on that 3 base, he hasn't run out of gas yet.
Man. That is quite an unfortunate loss there. I think if Artosis didn't commit so hard to trying to kill that 4th base, he could have pretty easily deflected that. But unfortunately, you were right? Like, he just didn't have a whole lot of units to work with, and if he didn't kill that 4th base, what, you're just going to let Siki take 4 or 5 gases? Like, you can't exactly just let him do that. So, I don't know. I don't exactly know what the right move there is. Maybe you just needed to recognize that you don't actually need that many units to deal with the 4th that still hasn't been established yet. But I don't know. It's a bit of a hard matchup.
It's tough, right? Like we it's tough because we not only had we not got any value ourselves, but the Muta's got a ton of value. So it's just one of those positions where it kind of feels like nothing really is going to be the right call. It's very hard to dig yourself out from that position. And like I said, he kind of got stuck on his own side of the map a little bit for too long, right? And still took a bunch of damage from those Mutas. So even though he did a good job like retaining his vessels and stuff, it just seemed like the accumulated damage from the beginning of the game was too much for him to overcome.
Yeah, those mutas ended up doing a lot of damage. And even though like they didn't slow down the tech that much and they didn't get a lot of eco damage, just killing Marines for free actually neuters the Terran follow-up push so much. Cause yeah, like you need that critical mass of bio to really be able to threaten the Zerg. And if the Zerg can keep your Marine count low, then there's really not a whole lot that the Terran can threaten in the mid game.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Looks like we can hop into game 2 here. It's going to be on Knockout. Okay, cool. Good map.
I like Knockout. Although against Zerg, I will complain that the trenches are very hard to push into. I think I've mentioned this yesterday, and I'll mention this again. I don't like the trenches in Terran versus Zerg.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a fair complaint.
And it's also like discriminatory specifically against Terrans. Do you know why? You know why? Because lurkers don't miss. So if you go for a lurker rush through the trenches, it doesn't matter because they don't miss. It's so unfair.
Unbalanced map is confirmed by RiceUp.
Yeah. You heard it here first. But apart from that, I love this map. This map just kind of feels... It's very reminiscent of Polypoid, I'd say, especially with the high ground mineral onlys. Which, I don't know, I like a lot. I kind of like that setup. I think it's a very interesting mix-up from from games... Or not games, maps that only have like gas bases.
Right. So here's my personal experience, okay, with these high ground mineral onlys. I almost feel like they're a bait, specifically in TVP. And this is just me, okay? I think they're objectively good. I just have a hard time with it. Because I swear to you, every time there's a map that has a mineral only third, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of get this for free. I'm on high ground. I'm playing against Carrier Rush, and I don't have the gas to fight carriers. I swear this is my experience every time on these mineral-only maps.
I think you have a point there. For me, it kind of seems like the mineral-onlys don't actually contribute a whole lot to your eco, because if you don't have the gas to go for your 2-1 Science Vessel max out push, then I don't know, is there even a point to doing it?
You end up very vulture heavy with these mineral only maps, which isn't necessarily bad if you're being very active with vultures, but I think from my personal playstyle it just doesn't work out super well.
Oh, thanks for the raid, DeWalt. I hope you enjoy IPSL. We are currently watching Suzuki versus Artosis. We are game number 2. With Ziki up 1-0. This is, of course, a best of 3.
Yeah.
Honestly, Artosis doesn't have to make a whole lot of adjustments from the last game, right?
I agree.
I think Ziki outplayed him a little bit, but not a whole lot.
I agree completely. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he just needed to play the Muta defense a little bit better. If he didn't lose as many Marines for free and just kind of kept his army together, maybe get his turrets on time, or maybe build a little bit more, maybe like 1 or 2 extra turrets. I'm not exactly sure what the precise calculus is, but he just needed it to be like 15% better, and he would have been in a much stronger position in the mid game.
You know what it is for me is when I look at that game, I feel like Artosis did a lot of things really well. Like a lot of his things looked really cleaned up. But we took a bunch of damage from the Mutas at the one point when they got into our main and they killed like 5 or 6 turrets, killed a bunch of SCVs, killed a ton of Marines. And you know what we were missing? We were missing that control group of Marines on the top side. Like, it was really cute, but they didn't do anything, and he needed those to defend the mutas.
Yeah, that was a move that I think was we tried to cook a little too hard there, right? Like it's like, oh, like maybe I can catch the mutas because he's gonna click them back in this direction or whatever. But no, we really actually just needed those Marines to defend our base, and because they weren't there, they got a lot of like, because they weren't there, your army was like in a lot of different places at once. And you can't really afford to have your army split against someone who's as good as Siki.
Yeah, I'm not, you know, there were other little things, but to me that was just like a big moment that kind of stuck out. But I'm gonna get a little bit of a 2.5 base here from Vyncke. He's really not afraid to show like a pretty decent variety of, you know, kind of standard openers, but he kind of mixes them up. He goes back and forth, and I like to see that.
Yeah, you really don't want to be like the kind of player who can only play 2 Racks Academy, because then Zerg will do something like in this game and go for a 2.5 hatch, which is the soft counter to 2 Racks Academy. Oh my gosh, this micro is kind of crazy from Vyncke. Only 4 lings, but managed to get a Marine basically for free.
Yeah, this has actually been, you know, I would call it a disaster, but he made the 2 creeps anyway, so he still kind of got the damage he wanted regardless.
Yeah, so it accomplished its objective, but that's more of on the Zerg than on the Terran, if that makes sense, right? Like, the Zerg could have not built it because of the lings, but that isn't what ended up happening, and Artosis essentially got what he wanted from this.
Yeah,
good cat?
Yeah, a lot of damage on that initial muta. It's kind of a useless muta now, so a really good start already for Artosis. And yeah, this is kind of funny because it's like, if Vyncke knew he would get those 2 Marines, then sure, he would have done it. But it's like one of those moments where it's like, man, that went really well. I could have skipped some stuff.
Yeah, but that, you really can't count on that, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, what, you're gonna like assume that your first 4 Marine or your first 4 lings are just gonna catch a random like Marine who got path weird, right? Like, that's definitely not something you can base a strategy around, right? And if your Sunkens are late and that doesn't happen, that's kind of GG, right? So that's the unfortunate way the game works sometimes.
I always tell people, never play the game under the assumption that your opponent is bad. I think that's not healthy.
I think in some circumstances you have to assume that, though, because you need the copium to keep playing when you're behind, right? Like, you always got to assume that they can mess up, and most of the time they actually will. But yeah, you can't really base your strategy on your opponent being bad, because if you start doing that, then that's how you lose to stuff like, oh, he moved out at 5 minutes, like the standard timing, and I didn't have Sunkens. Yeah. But hey, look at what's happening right here. Artosis is basically on Vyncke's side of the map, and he forced him basically to build another Sunken, and he's turning back now, which I like a lot, because, you know, the number one thing that you can't fall for as a Terran player is 3 Sunkens. I can push across this trench and kill that. It's like, nope, your Marines do 50% less damage. You have to be careful.
Yeah, I think this has been pretty good for Artosis so far. Like, getting that extra Sunken's really nice, and there's still no 3rd base starting for Vyncke. I think the drone's moving to the bottom left now, so the timing's a little bit later than Vyncke would normally like. And as long as our vessel timing is solid here, this is a very playable game state for Artosis. This is not that bad.
Yeah, Vyncke made a lot of mutas, but unlike game number 1, he basically didn't get anything with them, right? Like, even at that one point where there were kind of 6 Marines just like alone by themselves, he didn't end up even killing one of them. And now he's trying to dive into here, getting some economic damage, but ultimately not nearly enough to sort of make up for the amount of mutas that he built. And now Artosis, I think he knows that the base on the left side is being built here. If he can kill this base, he's in an amazing position.
Yeah, as long as we don't take too much damage on the other side of it, right? Because this is kind of the counter as the Zerg. A lot of times you're looking to do this, where it's just, fine, you can have that base, but I'm going to do serious damage on the other side of the map and make it unplayable for you. So it looks like he's losing a lot of SCVs. It's funny because we had 6 turrets here, and we're going to lose them all to 12 mutas. This reminds me of...
unfortunately, the reality of ZVT, right? Like, it doesn't matter how many turrets you build. If Zerg really wanted to break your position with mutas, they can.
Yeah, and he can't go for the counter here either because Zeke made like 6 Sunkens or something on that high ground.
But honestly, if I was Artosis and I killed the third and then I scanned the natural and saw 6 Sunkens, yeah, I'd be happy with myself.
Is Zeke... Look, what is Zeke doing at home? What is our tech? Oh, so no Hive even. So yeah, like imagine we had gone Valkyries or something here. This would have been a great game for going Valkyrie if we were keeping up with the tech of Zeke. I think we're just going straight to those vessels though, which is still fine. And Zeke is going to need to get some pretty serious damage done, I think, because when these vessels come out, which is going to be insanely far ahead of the Defiler, that third base is going to be very, very hard to hold on to if Artosis becomes aware of it.
Yeah, we see the third base finally coming down at 10 minutes, right? And this third base might actually successfully go down because Zeke's just doing such an amazing job with his Muta Micro. Like, I feel like in any regular circumstance, you're looking at like 3 control groups of Marines defending a natural, and there's like no way 12 mutas can fight that. But Zeke is somehow making it work. His Muta Micro is literally that good, but isn't going to be enough to offset how behind this build actually put him. Oh no! Artosis actually sent out a Marine at some point, and now he catches that base. So Zeke might not even be able to defend that, or he'll need to like commit to like building a lot of Sunkens very early onto that, which both choices will put him economically really far behind.
Yeah, we'll see how Artosis wants to respond. Our vessel's out, so if we get our bio ball on the other side of the map, then Zeke's actually going to be in a lot of trouble. It's interesting because supply still looks fine for Zeke, but the problem is the tech right now. We do have some lurkers coming out, which can help buy a lot of time. Okay, they're already out on the map even. This could be a clear here for Zeke.
Oh my god, Artosis needs to retreat his Marines. Good job on the micro from his side, but the Science Vessel does actually get sniped, which is kind of the most important part of this army here. Without the vessel, oh my god, Artosis is trying to sneak. He's trying to sneak through. This is a bit of an insane play here. I would not personally ever try to attempt that, but I mean, I was gonna say he's making it work, but these reinforcements are.
He clears the Muta. I mean, I think overall this is decent for Artosis. I think we're on 2-star port, right? I think we're on 2-star port.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually like this for Artosis overall, because he did clear all the mutas, but I don't know, there's so many lurkers out though, it's going to be really hard to break through here.
Yeah, this is the situation that I detest the most as a Terran player, just like, oh, he's going to try to break through this bottom side here, 2 lurkers, not enough to properly defend this double bridge setup. Artosis is basically continuously trying to break through and make headway towards the bottom side. Zeke is actually committing a lot to this defense. So even though it does seem like he's sort of winning these fights, he's not getting very far ahead. This base still isn't mining.
Yeah, I'm liking it more and more for Artosis. I think clearing these mutas was a really big deal. We do have the Defiler Mount about to finish up finally, but there is going to be a big window where Artosis can get some serious damage done as long as we're, managing our army well. Like the Scourge,
oh my god, that is
not gonna happen.
So many Scourge! One of the vessels still survived. We spent so much gas on Scourge, so much gas on Lurkers, and we're only on 2 bases basically mining. At some point, Zeke's just going to run out of steam.
Oh no, don't lose. Oh no. That was very avoidable. And like every vessel is so important here. Like this game is like really on the edge for a win for Artosis right now, and every single vessel is crucial. Even though he lost those other vessels, at least he got the irradiates off on pretty important units. Losing one that still had an irradiate makes it a lot harder to break, but I mean, Zeke's down at 40 supply just about right now, so Artosis can possibly break this position, and if he does, that's just game over.
Yeah, Vyncke is basically doing everything he can to stay alive in this game. Killing the vessels with Scourge, I mean, there's a reason why he made so many, because he needs those vessels to die. In this particular circumstance, though, like, with only one vessel left, that's actually going to be enough to guarantee the victory. Vyncke actually calls his Artosis, ties this 1-1 against possibly one of the greatest foreign Zerg players currently playing.
Yeah, as Artosis would say, I've got the sickest nerd chills right now. Artosis played a really, really clean game. It got a little bit wild, a little bit crazy, but I like his decision making and just the tech advantage. Like, he really did a good job of getting the irradiates off on proper units, essentially. Like, he was still losing the vessels, but not before they got their value.
Yeah, it did look a little bit scary there when Vyncke just started killing like every vessel. But truthfully, you only really need one. If the Zerg is that far behind, right? Like, you only need to detect that there are lurkers, because you actually don't have the economy to even like fight that army inefficiently, or fight that army efficiently for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was an amazing game from Artosis. I mean, like, everything that went wrong that last game, I feel like he just kind of fixed this time around. He was much smarter with the way he moved his army. He was a lot better with the defense. He built his turrets on time. He built them in the right place. Like, everything just went well for him, and he capitalized on it. He stopped the Zerg from getting his third. He stopped the Zerg from, or he pushed through the contain, right? Like, he just did everything right.
Yeah, those third denials were really, really important. He understood his win condition. I feel like that was kind of the biggest thing. He really did a good job of identifying what his win condition was in this game. And even though, like I said, supplies were so even, he just made really good use of his tech advantage and yeah, dragged that win out of Vyncke there. So pretty good.
All right. Game number 3 is in fact underway. Spawning on the top right, now tied 1-1. It is the man, the myth, the legend, Artosis.
And his opponent here in the bottom right, showing us that gods can in fact bleed. We have our Zerg player, Vyncke.
Man, if I had like a win like against Vyncke, even if it's just one game, I'm riding that high for like the rest of the month. Like, that was such a clean, well executed game too. Like, it wasn't like Artosis didn't pull any tricks. He didn't like cheese him. He just played well and outplayed his opponent. What is going on here?
All right, I think we're gonna get that BSB. Could just be an ARAX, but I think this will be BSB. So this is the same build that he pulled out against Rhett that he killed Rhett with. So it's going to be a depot at home, and then he's going to go... Wait, is this an early scout? This is early,
It's
right?
a cross scout?
He really is worried that Artosis is going to cheese him.
Oh no. I feel like
he actually
might have him a little bit figured out here. Like, if he's looking for like center barracks.
This is actually a disaster for Artosis. So the thing about BSB that makes it good is that when they do get to scout you, it looks like a normal build. But because Vyncke gets the first scout, he can see that this barracks is late. This is a complete disaster for Artosis.
Oh no. Yeah, and he's getting a lot of harassment done on this SCV as well. So forcing Artosis to pull 2 extra SCVs to defend this. This is going to put him even further behind. And yeah, if Vyncke understands the timing of the barracks, he's going to know something is off. But it kind of looks to me like he hasn't really made any adjustments in his build yet.
Yeah, so what he would do if he recognizes this, and I feel like he should because he knows this barracks timing is not correct, right? You just make a sunken. You make a sunken at home, and you're just super far ahead.
Yeah, even if he doesn't understand, even if he can't know, like, oh my god, you gotta kill with the drone. Oh no. Well, at least the drone pays for it with his life. But we did kind of get all the information that we need from that, and I think Artosis needs to go as soon as possible. Yeah, that drone came in really early, so we know he's at one of the close spawns, but which one is it? We don't see anything here, so it must be at the bottom side. Yeah, we see the creep, but no creep colony making. I actually think Vyncke might not know this is BSB. If he doesn't have a creep colony making now, is he going to make one ever? He's just getting lair.
Did Vyncke, this is a late barracks, right? Like, did Vyncke genuinely not realize that something's going on?
I think so, yeah. He's sort of, I think he might be a little bit too comfortable. We all understand Artosis is honorable play, blah 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 blah, right? But so maybe C just wasn't really paying attention. Maybe he didn't even think that was a possibility. It's like Artosis either makes center racks or he doesn't do anything at all. But he's kind of proving him wrong right here. And 2 Sunkens immediately start making. But the Marines are already here, and they're going to get a lot of damage before. Oh, the drones surround them, though.
Yeah, beautiful defense from Vyncke.
Yeah.
He won the fight in the middle with his lings, and these Marines were separated, so they never really got to combine together. And then he fought the 2 armies separately and just had a fantastic surround. So, I mean, Vyncke's eco is very low. You can kind of see it now, like in his worker count. But because there's no CC or anything on the way, Artosis is super far behind. He needed much more than this.
Yeah, that was actually kind of an insane surround from Vyncke. Like, his army just kind of got split into 2. I think those SCVs needed to be in front. Yeah, I mean, Artosis did get a decent amount of damage done, right? Like, he killed some drones. 2 of them were forced to make Sunkens at, like, a weird place. But no, I think you're right. Artosis is definitely on the back foot at this point, and he's going to need to defend this Ling counterattack. I don't even know if he knows it's coming.
Yeah, his Marines are in a decent position. We got this SCV out here to help body block, but he's kind of baiting him out a little bit, trying to see if he can pull those Marines out some as these extra Lings are coming in. So it's a little bit tight. I mean, Vyncke did make a bunch of extra Lings. I think Zeke's just planning on heavy Ling into the Muta, and we're just going to try to all in from here. And here we go. The Ling's going to pounce on top of these Marines and clean all of these Marines up. We're going to get that SCV pull, which, you know, we've kind of been in these games before where it's like you have these Lings running around your base, and there's also a Spire building on the other side of the map, so you're kind of just waiting to die, unfortunately, when you get into these situations. Even the CC gonna get canceled, not even gonna cancel, you're just gonna kill it.
Oh, no cancel.
And GG.
That's a little bit unfortunate.
Vyncke with the star sense, man, he was like, he knew Artosis would be up to something this game 3, and he punished him for it. So
yeah, I mean that was an interesting like sequence of events, right? Where he first scouts the middle because he's like, maybe he's going to BBS me, and then he doesn't see anything, and then he scouts the main, sees that a barracks is building, doesn't take note of what time it is, or maybe he does. I don't know, like because he actually defended that really well without over defending, but we're sitting here like, wait, he's not reacting to this at all, but maybe that was part of the plan. Maybe he knew he only needed to pull a bunch of drones and make Lings at the very last second.
Yeah, he did a good job of, like I was saying earlier, fighting the armies on 2 separate fronts, right? Where he fought the first push with his Lings and kind of cleaned it up, then came back and surrounded the second set of Marines. And Artosis really needed to be able to combine that Marine force because it scales really well together, right? But Vyncke did a good job, yeah, dividing and conquering.
He's really showing us why he's one of the favored to win this tournament. But yeah, I mean, that was still a very impressive showing from Artosis. Surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, depending on who you ask, it was the macro game that really went in his favor here. Unfortunately, he tried to cheese in game number 3, and it doesn't really work out for him.
Yeah, Yeah, well played by Vyncke. But Artosis, he started to make me a believer, man. Like, and I saw in some of the chatter, but he's like, oh my god, is Artosis actually going to be able to win this? So, unfortunately, doesn't get the full series win, but does give us a really good win, a pretty good show. Honestly, I'm kind of low key proud of Artosis right now.
Low key. I'm high key proud of our boy. I mean, I'm mostly just disappointed that in the final game, like, it just didn't end up working out, because I think that honestly, like, if we like repeated game number 2, right? And Artosis showed us that game that wasn't a fluke, right? That was a purely like macro, like standard game that he played against Vyncke, and he crushed him. So like, I mean, if he showed us that he can just win against him in like just pure macro games, then there's no reason why he can't do it again in game number 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So it looks like there will be no winners interview this time around, but Vyncke did answer a question over text, which we will be talking about promptly.
Yep. Wait for him to finish typing his response. It's the normal question we've been asking everyone who makes it out. Of the round of 16 players, what group do you want to be in? Which group do you not want to be in? And it turns out he just loves ZVZ, so as long as it's not DeWalt, which, I mean, to be fair, I think most people kind of agree that as long as you're not in DeWalt's group, it's not the worst thing in the world.
He's a ZVZ enjoyer. I respect that.
I didn't know that about Vyncke. Actually, I knew he liked ZVT, or I assumed he liked ZVT based on what I've seen, and yeah, I'm actually surprised to hear that. I just had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think, as much as it is exhausting to play, I think ZVZ is a fun mirror. I genuinely kind of enjoy it,
Yeah. I hate it, but I'm glad that other people like
it. Fair, I respect that.
As someone who doesn't play Zerg, I like it too, just because of how simple it is. All I need to do is build Lings and Mutas.
All right, well, congratulations to Vyncke.
He will be making it out of this group, and the rest of the 3 will continue to fight on in the trenches. Coming up next is going to be Javi versus Klauso, another TVT. And we're going to round off this day with, you guessed it, another TVT between Artosis and the winner of that.
TVT hype, boys. All right, we're gonna take a short break, I imagine. All right, so yeah, we're gonna hop into a short break here, guys. We're gonna take about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back with lots of TVT for you guys.
Hello, everybody. We are back to the IPSL International Platinum Star League. We're about to go into our next set of games, which will all be TVTs. So if you like TVTs, strap in because we are in for a 1 hour long TVT video.
Yeah, at least.
Or several hours.
Yeah.
I saw someone type that in the chat and it made me want to say it.
Yeah. If you guys want to learn a lot about TVT, you're in the right place. We're a minimum of 4 TVTs, maximum of 6. So anywhere between, we'll say, 3 hours and 14 hours left on this stream.
Yeah, more or less. we might be here until the next day.
Yeah. First one's going to be Javi and Klauso, right? So we'll maybe get to see how Klauso wants to play this one out. If we're going to get more 13cc, probably. I imagine not, but he did at least show us something weird in game 1, so hopefully we keep that trend going.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even call it weird. 14cc, like, is just a good build. Like, if it goes unscouted, it gives you, like, such a crazy advantage. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough to beat the legendary Artosis. Legendary caster, Twitch streamer, and pro gamer Artosis. But you know what? Like, pulling that against a stronger opponent is always a smart move.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like if you think you're an underdog, in a best of 1, going for something like that, I think it makes sense, right?
Yeah. I do think.
There's.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go. No, you go.
I think there's 2 different approaches when you're playing someone better than you. It's one, should I do something weird and try to win by doing something cheeky? Or should I play him straight up, get absolutely blasted, and then have a lot to learn after that?
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it sort of just depends on it just sort of depends on what you want to do, right? And it also kind of depends on how big the skill gap is. Because if the skill gap is really big, I feel like you don't actually learn a whole lot playing them. You just kind of get rolled. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I do agree with if the gap's too big, then you're not going to learn, right? You have to at least be good enough to understand what went wrong, more or less, right? Yeah, if you're playing like significantly weaker than your opponent's just that much better. Like if I were to play it against a Korean pro, like I'm not gonna learn anything. I'm gonna learn that I suck as much as I thought I did, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Yeah, at that sort of difference in level, like one person could do literally anything and you just like lose, right? It's just like, oh, does this mean like scouts are good if they can beat me with only scouts? It's like, no, that's not what it means.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, I mean, I think in this case, the MMR gap is not so big that he just got completely rolled.
Yep.
But it was kind of Artosis did everything right, and he managed to win very, very convincingly, despite being like build order, like what's it called, build order disadvantaged.
Yeah, he stayed very calm. Artosis executed everything. Like I said, it was kind of borderline perfect. I feel like there's not really anything that I could look at casting here. At least I'd have to look at it closer if I were to try to find something to adjust. But just through the initial run of it looked great. Like it looked really really flawless. Whereas Klauso maybe missed a few things here, kind of lost a few units, early pushes. A lot of times when you're breaking contains, you kind of want to bring SCVs to like soak those initial tank shots and things like that. And he lost those like first 4 or 5 units, and it just kind of snowballed from there. So yeah.
An impressive showing nonetheless. But now we're going to go into Javier versus Klauso. There is a little bit, I think, of an MMR difference here. I don't remember how like highly ranked Javier is, but I believe he's high B, low A. Is that true?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say he's that high. I could be wrong, but I think he's more. Yeah, he's like around like mid B, low B, that kind of thing.
Okay, okay. Okay. Is B around 1800? Yeah.
It's like
So
1770 or something. I don't know what it is right now.
yeah. Okay, okay. So apparently there's a 1 to 200 MMR difference between the two. So we should actually be in for some fairly even games. Obviously, Klauso is a little bit advantaged, but it's not nearly as much as, say, Javi versus Zeke, right? So I think we're in for some fairly competitive TVTs.
Yeah, I think so. I think this will definitely look a bit better. So here we go for our first game. Here on Dominator, we have hero spawning on the top side, Red Klauso.
And spawning on the 7 o'clock position, it is our red Terran, who is not Red Klauso, but he is in fact Javi.
All right.
Dominator is one of those 3-player maps, which always makes for some fairly interesting TVTs because there isn't any kind of good way to split it, right? We're always going to be fighting over kind of the 3 bases on the other side. Like, yeah, you can get your corner set up like fairly securely, not even as securely as in a 4-player map, but you can do it. But there is just no good way to split it.
Yeah, not really. It kind of creates very clear advantages. And here we go. We have Javi going for an 8 racks in the middle. So already we're going to get some aggression. And before we get going too much into this, one thing I want to talk about too. So like you're saying, yeah, you can't really split the map, right? So one turn is pretty much always guaranteed to have an advantage one way or another.
Oh my god, wait.
Split.
It's
BBS.
barracks.
Oh. Okay, we're all in.
Yeah,
this is it, boys.
We're really going in here. You know what? We were all talking about like, oh, 1 hour long TVT, 1 hour long TVT, blah, 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 blah. And Javi's just like, nope, we are not having that here. We're gonna win or lose this game right here and now. And I'm actually thinking it's probably gonna be a win because look at how far out our barracks is.
Yeah, this is 15 CC, by the way. If we don't start the bunker immediately, he's just dead.
We'll see. I mean, it doesn't look like he's trying to scout.
I think he was going middle, though, because of the pathing of that SCV, and he turned around when he saw this SCV coming because he wants to protect his barracks. But that SCV was cutting, like, kind of down the middle, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. If, like, from the angle, like, you could... Or not even the angle. He came in from, like, the bottom of the pizza slice. Like, that... Oh, my God, no. He has no idea. He went straight for the command center. This might end very, very soon.
Yeah, if Javi controls well, this game is over. This is pretty much worst case scenario for Klauso. Because there's no factor on the horizon either. Like, yeah,
oh
the
my
immediate
God,
cancel
the first Marine dies too.
He's gonna try to like bunker low ground maybe, but there's no way we get Marines down there. He's gonna have to try to fight the SCV. So Javi's not in a hurry right now. Yeah, we need to not get surrounded. Make sure we're collecting our Marines and scaling up. And he absolutely...
We already have 5 on the field here. That is so many Marines. These SCVs are being pulled, and we're trying to get some surrounds. We do get one of them, and we're chasing the rest of these Marines off. Javi, I think, a little bit miscontrolling here. He's letting some of his Marines get surrounded by the SCVs. But the more that we retreat, honestly, like, we are slowly, like, killing a lot of SCVs, and eventually, even if we like get rid of these Marines, if we lose enough SCVs, we're just going to die.
Yeah, I think this game's pretty much just over.
Oh,
that Marine, an absolute hero.
Marine, just John Wick, like those two.
He can make a bunker here now on the low ground. He's gonna try and hold the high ground, which I think is iffy. He's bringing a couple SCVs to help him with that, though. Actually, maybe... Does he hold here? Are we going to get a bunker on the high ground here?
Oh my god! How did he... Okay. All right. Yeah, I think going in with 2 Marines, maybe a little bit premature. But at this point, I'm suddenly getting worried for Javi. I feel like we might have actually held as Klauso. We lost a lot of SCVs for it, but we might make up for it in terms of how fast our tech is going to be. We're mining gas this entire time. And do we have a factory already up?
Yeah, he's going to be able to hold these off too pretty easily. We're going to try and get into
he's
this
going to run it around, get it in the bunker! Get it in the bunker!
But Klauso, I mean, he's just winning, and this is a winning position. We have a massive tech advantage. Javi is way behind on workers, I'm pretty sure, based on supply here. Yeah, we're just not making workers. We're not even mining with our workers. So even though he killed so many SCVs, and I feel like this could have been a good position for him, we've kind of just been cutting so much at home. We've been really focused on, the micro and just trying to get through here. But, with this factory coming up now, this isn't good enough for Javi anymore.
Yeah, now that the factory is done, the vultures can come out and, yeah, even though he lifted up his barracks, right? Like, you don't actually need Marines anymore once you have the vulture. They're just so, so good. We see this vulture already raking up 2 kills, gonna get a 3rd one, and vultures, of course, mechanical units, they can get repaired as well. So Javi in a bit of a difficult position. I think his only play at this point is to hold this top ramp here, but he's going to do it at such a severe disadvantage. Not only is he at disadvantage in terms of tech, but also in economy. Red Klauso has a lot more SCVs than him.
Yeah. And we're like starting our gas when the starport's done. So it's pretty brutal looking.
Yeah.
I don't think Klauso even realizes how far ahead he is.
Yeah, I think the SCV pull and the surrounds were just too good for Klauso. And Javi trying to move in here and get some extra damage done. He gets 1 SCV, but it is not going to be nearly enough. And I feel like with the amount of information that you have just from walking in with those Marines, you should be able to tell that this game is over. There he is. GG.
GG. It's a bit unfortunate for Javi. There was it was just straight up an execution error. I mean, he had the win. He had it.
He had it in the bag, bro. Yeah, he just needed to micro the Marines a little bit better. I think he lost a bit too many to the SCVs coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And if he just kept pulling back, right, kept forcing the SCVs to chase, I don't know. Like, once you have a critical mass of Marines, it becomes really hard to fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that, and then he just wasn't making SCVs at home either. Like, with the amount that he killed, he actually should have been really far ahead, but I think he was just so like dialed in on this Marine push, right? The BBS, and just so committed to it. And I don't know if maybe our heart got going a little bit or what exactly it was, but yeah, we just weren't multitasking. There was nothing going on at home. And unfortunately, Klauso gonna hold it off. Unfortunately for Javi, Klauso gonna hold it off and survive. So gonna take that game 1 and go into this second game here on knockout with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate how it turned out, because I feel like everything was sort of in Javi's favor there. Like, he went for a gasless expand, just assumed Javi wasn't cheesing him. His first Marine just got sniped instantly, right? Like, so many things went right for Javi, but unfortunately, just like, yeah, execution error, the fight just didn't go his way.
Yeah, well, I can't say too much about him either, though, because when I was first swapping to Terran, played against Earrob, I think it was in CPL. I went BBS against 12 Nexus and lost, so I've been there, done that.
Oh, I've lost against 12. Dude, I'm just going to say this, like, cheesing is supposed to be a way to get easy wins, unless you're Terran. Then cheesing is suddenly also hard.
Sure. We don't have a lot of cheese options, not in a TVT, TVP. I mean, we kind of do in TVT, I guess, but execution's actually pretty difficult in a lot of them.
Yeah, honestly, Nexus first is actually just so strong, because you have a very small window to get the damage that you want for BBS, because once the 2 gates come online, like, it's over. So, you know what? Like, I literally cannot fault you for losing to Nexus first as BBS, because I have done it before and I understand that it is not that easy.
Yeah.
I've even heard some Terrans claim that Nexus first is supposed to beat BBS, but it's a very tenuous claim. I'll say that. Very, very controversial take.
I'm gonna hard disagree with that one.
You know how Terrans are. You know how Terrans are.
I do. I that is true. I know how they are. I know how my people are. I'm
Yes.
ashamed of them.
Nah, be proud of your heritage. All right, let's get into the next game. We will be playing on Knockout. Spawning on the top left-hand corner is Klauso.
And spawning here in the top right corner, our Terran player definitely had a big chance to win game one, probably kicking himself over that one. We have Javier. Javier? Javier. God, it's because of Javi. We had this happen last time.
Yeah.
Javier and Javi.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's like two different pronunciations for the same letter, for the same letters, depending on what the letters at the end are. It's not. It's Javi, but it's not Javier. It's not Javy, but it is Javier. It's it can get pretty confusing sometimes. I feel like I've already gotten it wrong, and I just didn't even realize.
All right, so this is a good map for early CC builds because of it's just a good defensive map. If someone wants to do that, of course, it's good defensively for early CC builds, but I personally don't really like 15cc or 13cc anyway. I kind of like, the way Artosis played against it. When I see early CC builds, I actually like just having the guaranteed early map control, and it's just a matter of what you do with that. So we'll see if these guys want to play a little bit more standard. Klauso has shown us so far, though. We've seen two TVTs. It was a 13cc and a 15cc. But with this barracks placement, it's very unlikely that we're looking at a 15cc finally.
Yeah, I think factory expansion is just it's a standard for a reason, right? Like even if your opponent does something greedy like command center first or 15cc like gasless, there's still a lot of play left, right? Like sure, you're at an economic disadvantage, but because your factory is so early, you get map control. And we really saw Artosis take advantage of that in that last series where he just you know what? You have an eco advantage, but I have map control, so I'm just going to lay mines everywhere and set up a contain as fast as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And in TVT, that's really important, right? Probably more so than any other matchup in the game, map control is key. It really does surmount, I guess, a lot of different obstacles that you could encounter in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so something normal looks like both players pulled off gas. Did Klauso pulled completely off gas after starting his factory, so that's a bit of a unique optimization. Typically, you leave one on and then you put the extra two back on after you start your add-on. So he wants to get kind of maximum mineral mining here to get his CC just a little bit quicker. So looking for a slight economic advantage, potentially at the cost of his tech.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that more players don't do that, right? Because if you think about it in theory, why would you not have that one guy just continuously mine, just go back to mining minerals if you know you don't need the gas until later? In my opinion, the reason why I don't do that is because it's way too scary to not get the timing right, and all of a sudden I'm down a lot of gas, because a lot of times I do forget to put back on gas on time, right? There's a very specific timing you want to put back on gas, and if you have no one mining, that's catastrophic if you don't get the timing right. But I mean, I don't know, if you're a pro player, I feel like you should theoretically always know what time to put back on gas, right?
I mean, in an ideal world, sure, everything's completely optimized, but the beautiful thing about Brood War is that it's so hard to play that perfectly optimizing just isn't really an option, right? That's one of the reasons I love this game so much, is that no matter how good the best player in the world is, he'll never be good enough to play this game well.
That's a crazy statement. Yeah, no matter how good you are, you cannot play this game even well. Like, I mean, you see that reflected in how they play, right? All the good players know that they're making mistakes left and right, but as like just a casual viewer, it's a lot harder to tell. It just kind of looks like they're executing everything flawlessly.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get vultures here from Javi. I think we're gonna see 3-fact vulture from both players here. Oh yeah, sorry, it's covered up by the screen there. So yeah, he is going 3-fact vulture. He's gonna have that faster add-on, so he might have potentially speed a little bit quicker. But Javi gets the scout a little bit earlier, which is nice, and kind of getting that extra early confirmation helps you make kind of a decision quicker. Because if your barracks is a little bit late getting here, then you might not go for the correct upgrade, right? Because if you don't know that it's mass vulture, you might be going for mines first. Because if you go speed first and it's like a tank opener, it's actually extremely dangerous. But if you go mines first and it's vulture versus vulture, then that's also dangerous, right? Because they're going to have that map control early by having speed first.
Yeah, precisely. And the opening 3 factory vulture coming out of both players is one of those builds that it is actually really volatile, because if one player like is better at macro than the other player, that snowballs really, really, really quickly. And it's like, if one player has an advantage in terms of macro, then they can snowball and win the game. If one player takes a really, really good engagement, they can also snowball and win the game. It's only if both players are relatively even in terms of macro and micro do we see 3 factory vulture really get into like, really transition into late game where neither side really takes control.
Yeah, so we're having a little bit of a mix-up here from Klauso. So we saw that second gas coming down, which is typically not something you do in Vulture versus Vulture Wars, and I think we're building a starport at the top of our base as why. So we're going to go into tanks, and I think we're rushing a starport.
Yeah, going into tanks is always a fairly safe move, especially if you want to secure the territory that you have in front of you. But I don't know, if you just keep going vulture, you can just kind of start laying mines everywhere. So it's a bit of a how do you want to play the early to mid game matchup, right? Do you want to start like sieging down land and taking like bases, or do you want to take control of the map?
Yeah, so that's exactly it, right? Because Klauso pivoted to tanks and Wraith, he's conceding map control and hoping to get something with this tech a little bit later. I personally, one of the reasons you don't typically do that is because when you concede map control, you are at a high risk of being contained. They'll like flood your front with mines and start bringing tanks over. So he's really banking on this dropship, getting a lot of damage done. And Javi, despite seeing the tank, is actually doing very defensive mines, which is not what he should be doing. There should be much, much more aggressively placed.
Yeah, in this kind of situation, if you see that your opponent is holed up here, there's really no reason for you to not just put mines in every like path leading out of like the natural and the third base, right? And you also want to start placing mines at potential third base locations, at potential dropship locations. See, if he had a couple mines there, he might be able to see this dropship, but it actually goes by unnoticed. And Javi might be in a lot of trouble here. If this drop like gets a lot of damage done, then I don't know, we could be in for a 2-0.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Javier. He's going to have to bring his vultures back, and it's how many SCVs are going to lose in the meantime. That's 2 down so far. A few more going to be going down as his vultures show up. So it's not that bad actually so far, and we can evacuate with these vultures. I mean, that was what, 6, 7, 8 SCVs? So it's not too bad, but yeah, I mean, look at the map, right? This is kind of the problem. There's just nothing containing Klauso. This is what Klauso conceded was the map control, and we just did not take advantage of it.
Yeah, Klauso essentially moved out on the map unimpeded, and there just really isn't that many mines. There aren't really that many mines to stop him. If Klauso can move to the other side of the map with these 3 tanks, like, he can actually set up a contain on Javi.
Yeah, this is a crime. This should not be allowed to be happening right now, but yeah, Klauso's actually the one that's going to be threatening to contain him on the bridges now, which is crazy. He does at least get a tank to the high ground here, so he's not going to lose his high ground, but it does limit his attack pass by quite a bit already.
yeah, 2 tanks more than enough to defend those double bridges. We all know how hard it is to get anything to cross 2 bridges. So this is going to be a very effective contain on the bottom side. But yeah, luckily for Javi, the top side is still available for him to use freely. We haven't... It's not a full contain. It's not a full...
Yeah.
But it is kind of criminal that we're getting, like, contained at all.
Yeah, this was what we should have been doing. But yeah, we'll see how Javier tries to Javi Javier, whatever, tries to get his way out of this situation. We did get that. We do have access to more dropships if we want to go into that, but I think for now, Klauso can be very happy with kind of the soft container. Actually going straight for Vessel, so he wants to get that +2 very, very quickly, and it looks like we're going to get a redrop here on the top side.
Nope.
But spots that Goliath, sees the Vultures, like, we're not going to go for that. That's a bad idea.
Yeah. Klauso also getting the 3rd base, taking the mineral only here. Just kind of getting more and more ahead. I feel like the onus is a little bit on Javi now to try and get something done. I wonder if he's planning to do something, to do some kind of like aggressive play off of 2 bases.
Yeah, I do want to say, I actually disagree with this base from Klauso. First of all, this is the path that he's leaving open, is the top side here for Javi. And there's no reason, in my opinion, to not take the 9 o'clock base for the gas.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier that the mineral only bases were kind of bait, right? Like it seems like such an easy base to take.
Yeah.
It's like so defensible, right? Like you just need to like you can basically rally all your units to your 3rd base, and that's like a perfectly valid spot to just have all your units.
Always double expanded.
But yeah, they're in this position when you have Javi, like when you have like a forward position that's guarding like the double bridges. I think it is actually very safe to just go for the 9 o'clock base and try to expand downwards. But no, we're trying to expand towards the top side, which is very... I think this is always a very aggressive and ambitious choice of expansion whenever I see it, right? Like I've seen some people do it, and if you can get away with it, it's really, really good. But I almost never see people actually get away with expanding like that.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I was talking about earlier in the Artosis game, where Artosis... I was talking about how he wasn't expanding quickly and why that was a good idea. What Klauso is doing here, I think, kind of can show us what I'm talking about. So you see he's trying to go up to 5 bases very early while Javi's still on 2 bases. That means that every single point that we're trying to defend to protect our bases is extremely weak now. We have 3 tanks here protecting 12 o'clock, and if that gets cut off, he loses 12. There's access to this mineral-only base, and then we have all that pathing where we can go back down through there to like the 9 o'clock, and we can't defend that, and it gets very hard when you're doing this and you don't have the position secured properly yet.
Yeah, Klauso's defense is actually very lopsided. He has all of his units defending Javi's bottom side, but weirdly enough, the most obvious attack path into his base is only very lightly defended. And I think Javi's going to try and take an advantage of this. He's already sending out a couple units, but this might not be enough to break that. In fact, he's actually completely like... He doesn't even have enough tanks to match the amount that are defending here. So I don't know if this attack is actually going to succeed. That's a lot of vultures, though, and this mine is not going to be contested here. It blows up, and he actually completely blows through this position here.
That was like the laziest break attempt I've ever seen, and it still broke through.
Yeah, I mean, this just proves your point, right? Like, you can't commit to defending this many positions at once, right? Like, we didn't even have more tanks than them. We just, like, flooded with a bunch of vultures, and we sieged, like, 3 tanks behind. This was, like, we did not commit, like, anything to breaking this position. But luckily for Klauso, though, he did manage to secure the high ground up there, so he's not in danger of getting his mineral base taken as well.
Yeah, I do think this was a little bit of a missed opportunity for Javi overall, but he does at least break this position, which gives him access to 12 o'clock and his mineral only, so he's going to be able to take these additional bases. It is still very hard for him to break out of this position if Klauso defends properly, because we still have that kind of like valley there that is really the only attack path that Javi has open to him right now. And tanks can shoot through there on the high ground, so if Klauso identifies that, starts getting tanks up there, he can contain Javi on 4 bases, but a 4-base contain doesn't really sound that scary. Like, that's playable.
Yeah, containing their corner really only starts to matter once you get into the late game, because you can survive off of 4 bases for a really long time, even going into battle. So at this point in the game, look, Javi's even taking the top base. Dude, this base is into. I keep saying this base is not defensible, but every Terran player wants it because it's like the reward is so high. Because in a split map scenario, if you have this base, like you just automatically win essentially. But we'll see if he can actually defend this. He's bringing in a lot of tanks, but Javi has a pretty strong position here.
Yeah, I think Klauso just breaks through here. He's also building a lot of Wraith here on the top side. So he's gonna have, yeah, they're gonna start coming in here now. So a little bit of copying actually, kind of what Artosis did to him, ironically enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you're ahead, you go Wraith, right? Like, and we're seeing why. Even though there are 2 Goliaths coming up here, you can easily just like retreat the Wraiths as well, which he's totally going to do, right? Yeah, there we go. And we're trying to rebuild the command. This is so ambitious. These are some we're casting some very overly optimistic Terrans, I think.
All right, gonna get his own drop going here at the 9 o'clock position, so potentially a lot of SCVs could go down here, which is pretty nice. If he had had his tanks in position earlier at 12 o'clock and defended that, I'd actually would like this a lot for Javi, but because that position got broke, I think this isn't going to be enough. It's a good start for sure, getting some damage, but these Wraith are very hard for him to contest right now.
Yeah, that is just so many Wraiths. Look, he doesn't even care that he got scanned. He just finishes off that Goliath. Oh my god, we actually come back in with another dropship, or maybe the same dropship with 2 tanks. So this position is actually going to be under quite a bit of pressure here. I don't think he's going to actually kill this base. Yeah, like the Wraiths come in and they manage to finish everything off. But this is a very good move from Javi overall.
Was it a second dropship? Because of the way we did the vision, it looked like those 2 tanks just spawned in at some point. I don't know exactly how they got there.
Yeah, it's like the vultures like laid a mine and the mine became a tank or something. Like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It didn't make any sense.
But yeah, while it was decent damage from Javi, it's still pretty tough. He is gonna have this high ground to try and help him push through this section here. He is down 50 supply at the moment. And we still have this Wraith issue, right? They're gonna come in here and start picking off more of these tanks.
Yeah, now the position on the bottom side is really starting to become relevant because, yeah, the base, the 12 o'clock base is just so hard to defend because, like, you're attacking, like as the other player, you're attacking downhill basically instantly from your rally point. So that position is always going to be very, very, very difficult to defend. And where are the Goliaths for Javi? These Wraiths are just like getting so many kills for free, essentially. And at some point, we're just going to have so many Wraiths that we're not even going to care if like there are a couple Goliaths here.
Yeah, he's sitting on max. We managed to get Javi back to a 3-base contain, which is great for Klaus, though, and he's just kind of taking the entire map in the meantime. The Wraith getting a lot of value. Quick shout out to Julia and Fear for the raids. Appreciate it, guys. Hope you guys had a good stream. And you guys can hang out and enjoy some TVTs with us.
Yeah, the greatest matchup of all time. Terran versus Terran. Ted v Ted. And we're seeing some pretty good Wraith micro out of Klauso here. He's got so much value out of these Wraiths. And Javi's going to try to go for another bust, but this time around, we have much, much, much more tank coverage here. These vultures here just not going to get the work done they needed. Oh my god, that was a good shot from Javi. Unfortunately, not enough to break this position.
That went way better for Javi than I feel like it should have, though. But not going to get the break. Going to call GG. Going to go down 2-0. Also, going to get his rematch with Artosis. Maybe a chance to redeem himself.
Yeah, well played on both sides. Unfortunately, Klauso just a little bit better there. Took much better control of the map. I mean, we saw Javi initially had should have had the map control advantage, but didn't really know what to do with it. And Klauso, the second he got an advantage, right? Like he just instantly started the contain, right? He even did like a bit too many things at once, and he got punished a little bit for it.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was just too much.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. I mean, I see a lot of potential here for Javi in the series specifically, right? Like that first game was so winnable. The second game, honestly, he it just seemed like he didn't fully understand his role in that exact situation, you know. And unfortunately, it just seems like Klauso maybe having a little bit more a little bit more knowledge of how he should be playing it out, and Javi not having the knowledge on how to punish him for what he was doing. So a little bit unfortunate for Javi. Not a bad showing though against Klauso. Honestly, a very very winnable games for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see in the end just how good Klauso is in Terran versus Terran, but our next match is going to be coming up soon. It is, of course, a rematch between Artosis and Klauso, and we're going to see if he has what it takes to beat the final boss of this group here.
Yeah, sounds good. We're gonna take a short 5 minute break here, guys, and we'll come back with the TVT Artosis versus Klauso.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys have gone to the bathroom, taken a water break, done whatever you needed to do because it's time to strap in. It's the finals. Well, not the finals. It's like the final match of today. It is going to be between Artosis and Klauso, the rematch between two actually fairly evenly skilled players. I know we've seen a lot of stomps today, but I think this time around, I don't know. I feel like you guys are in for a treat.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see what Colosso's got in store for us. He already showed us the 13cc against Artosis, so he might want to be avoiding some standard games with Artosis. So we might see some unique stuff, and I'm excited for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Klauso is going to bring to the table because I certainly think he's not going to play macro every game. I feel like after that game, I'm like, I'm never playing macro again. Like, screw that. Like, I'm going cheesy. I need to make the game weird because yeah, in almost every regard, like you just kind of got like even with the economic advantage, if he couldn't win any loss like that convincingly, I would just be like, okay, what kind of weird strat can I pull off to really throw off my opponent?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if Klauso is known for his creativity, I'm excited to see what exactly he'll bring to the table because I feel like there are a lot of like fairly common cheeses in a TVT, right? Like I would say 13 or 14 CC is something that you would expect, right? And if you're good at Brood War, right, and you play a lot of Brood War, you should know how to defend it. But maybe it's less so if you do some kind of weird proxy. If you do something really creative, then that could really turn the game on its head. And I think that's how you defeat Artosis.
Yeah. We got a fun kind of a map pool here actually for these two. We got Litmus to start, then Dominator, and then we'll finish it up with Knockout. So these first two games could be a little bit fancy. I have a lot to say about Dominator, so we'll talk about that when we get there because there's a few things about Dominator TVT I didn't get to talk about it last time because we went BBS.
Yeah.
That drives me nuts about that map. So
All right. Well, I'm excited. Is the first map gonna be?
Litmus.
It's gonna be Litmus. Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Litmus is the one it's similar to Neo Dark Origin because it has the back side opening, but it's also kind of similar to Butter in the way that it's shaped. And it also has double gases, which I have no idea what that means for TV.
I feel like this is a much more balanced version of Dark Origin.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, I feel like Neo Dark Origin is very infamous for the what was it, double bridges or triple bridges, right? Like it doesn't matter how many bridges you put there. If they're bridges, you can't cross them.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. All right, spawning here in the top right corner, we have our red Terran player, Klauso.
And spotting on the bottom right, our boy wearing the simp hat, it is Artosis. Yeah, you guys notice he's wearing the simp hat. Oh, that's great.
If someone put in a request, or if he just did it out of
no, he just did it. He just did it himself. Oh, my good old simp hat. Anyways, it doesn't seem like either player is opening anything particularly strange here. I sort of expected like first game maybe Klauso to. It's kind of what I was saying earlier, right? Like it's like there are a lot of cheeses in TVT that are like fairly common. 14cc fairly common, like center barracks, BBS like fairly common, right? 8 racks, I think that's less common, but maybe you would still expect someone to know how to defend it. So I don't know. Maybe Red Klauso is looking to just play it standard and see what happens this time around. Maybe he identified the kinds of mistakes that he made the first time and he's just like, you know what, like we're just gonna play it like straight up and I'll just like clean up my build. Or is he gonna try to do something weird in the mid game, which I think could be more effective?
Yeah, Yeah, we'll keep an eye on what Klauso's thinking here. You know, it's not impossible that, kind of like what I mentioned before, that maybe he wants to play like a standard game and see where he stands more there, but I do think after that Radeon game, he did get a little bit of a taste of what can happen, right? So, and Artos is going to be quite a bit faster actually on his factory than Klauso. Klauso going to be quite late actually, 36.
Oh, 237. Someone didn't go through their 230 factory training arc.
Yeah, whereas Artosis, I think it was like 228 or something. So this is actually a really big advantage, and this can be important depending on the openers. If like for instance, say like Artosis wants to go like 2 or 3 Vulture before add-on, and then Klauso wants to go add-on, this like 8-second gap between the two factories can actually be pretty massive.
Yeah, I think especially if you're going for something like 3 factory Vulture in TVT, that 8-second delay could be huge because of how volatile the games can be, right? Like even like a small advantage in terms of Vultures will absolutely snowball. And like once you sort of get contained, once you sort of start suffering damage, right? The game is just kind of over.
Yeah, Artosis is going to see that the CC hasn't started yet. He's not going to find that second factory, but he's already suspicious, right? He knows that something's not quite right. It's just a matter of, does he think it's like a proxy starport? It could be a proxy factory, so not getting the confirmation does kind of suck, but at least Artosis should be aware that something is wrong.
Yeah. At the very least, he knows that something is coming, right? Like, the lack of buildings tells you a good amount of information on its own, right? Like you don't have to exactly know what they're building, but you do know what they're missing. And what Klauso is missing is, of course, his command center. So as Artosis, how exactly do you even respond in this case?
I like this response. So going second factory armory, Goliath is kind of a catch-all, right? They're not that bad against tanks, especially if you're pulling SCVs with them. And obviously they deal with Wraith, so I think 2-Fact Goliath is a pretty... It's not like the best counter to what Klauso's doing, but it's a respectable counter.
Yeah, I think
actually,
in the end,
this is just Mass Vulture.
Execution. Sorry, what?
I just realized this is Mass Vulture, so... Did we build a bunker? We built a bunker, right? Oh, we didn't build a bunker.
We might catch him with this.
It's a little bit sketchy then. It's only 4 Vultures though with the 2 Marines though, so this is actually going to go really badly for Klaus. So it's a little bit early. I think he might
have been a little bit trigger happy there. Like, sure, he killed the 2 Marines, but it ultimately didn't end up accomplishing a whole lot. And this Vulture opening, there's no add-on here, so it's not going to be like Vultures with speed or Vultures with mines. Is he just planning on just pure overwhelming force, just like shove in as many slow Vultures as he can? Because as soon as the Goliaths start coming out, I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, he's actually making his own Goliath, but unfortunately, Artosis hasn't matched, so he's going to have like the 2 Goliath advantage, but he's got that travel distance. We'll see. I mean, skipping the bunker could come back to bite us, but I think it's going to be completely fine here just because Klauso has been a little bit wasteful with his army so far. And yeah, this is completely over now. We got 2 more Goliath coming out for Artosis. He's going to have 3 Goliath and 3 Vulture versus 2 Goliath, so...
I mean, Goliaths are really good, but no, now that the reinforcements are here, right? It's that distance advantage that makes all the difference here. And because Artosis also has the SCVs here to repair as well, like... I don't know. It doesn't seem like he has a breakable position, but what can Klauso really do from here? I think his only option is to play from behind.
Yeah, he's gonna try to expand and maybe get his own tanks and stuff out now. Like he can try to maybe go for a contain, but it's tough. I mean, we're behind an army and then we're going double add-on, and there's gonna be a window here where Artosis could actually just walk across the map and kill us, and he might test that water. While getting into... this will probably be drops, right? If he goes like 4 Goliath drop, I could see him doing something like that.
Yeah, the starport is a very interesting play. I initially thought he was going to go Wraith, but dropship actually makes a lot more sense here. You would normally expect Raud Klauso, if he was going to try to macro out of it, to just like start making tanks and just like try to defend this one choke point as efficiently as possible. But if you can get dropships into the main, that could really change the calculus on this and turn the match on its head.
Yeah,
oh, actually, Artosis might kill him here. I didn't even really process the fact that he was moving out with this. But here
yeah,
he does get these are already out. Oh my god, he might kill one of them.
Yeah, just gonna get that tank and back up. I think this is good enough for Artosis. You know, there was maybe a small window if he pulled the trigger right away, could have got a little bit more value, but I mean, you're still fine here as Artosis. You've had your natural up. You know, Klauso's like just finished, and we've got this starport advantage, so it's just a matter of what we're gonna do with that, right? He's got his own tanks coming out, and we'll see what Artosis wants to do from here. I kind of, yeah, it's hard to say, honestly. He could have contained, but I also agree with, like, you know, poking it and kind of checking to see, because he knew that he should have some sort of army advantage. But the travel distance, you know, the defender advantage is really keeping both players alive in this game.
Klauso is actually moving out. He has 3 tanks, which is actually a fairly scary army. And because Artosis is loading up a lot of his units onto this dropship, I fear that he might actually get contained now. But I don't know if Klauso knows just like what kind of position he's in. He's setting up actually very far back. This is a little bit of a, I don't know, I think this is a little bit of a missed opportunity here.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot of damage. Klauso has nothing at home right now as these 4 Goliath. They're going to be unloaded, and Goliath, they're going to tear through these SCVs very, very quickly. And they're kind of hard to kill off, too. I mean, like, you know, it's not like you can send vultures into this or anything like that. Yeah, 4 Goliath going to be very hard for him to dislodge.
Yeah, even though he does have tanks, like, in small numbers, Goliaths are actually super efficient. And you see it here, right? These 2 tanks just popped out, and they're both going to die.
Wow.
Like, this drop is already mostly paid for itself.
Yeah, this is huge damage. We've killed 2 tanks, a bunch of SCVs, stopped the mining. And he's actually going to load, and what, are we going to try to go, like, behind the mineral line? Do they even reach from here? I think they do, actually. Okay, we're going to do it.
Here we go. We're unloading here. This is so annoying for Klauso to deal with. I feel like we didn't get that many SCVs done, but we're already economically behind. So, like, any economic damage is just putting you further and further behind here. And the only thing we really have going for us is this contain here. But as soon as Artosis breaks this contain, which honestly he might be able to do soon, like, Klauso is rapidly running out of options.
You might need to pull some SCVs for that. That's actually a pretty strong contain on this little choke here. That's hard to break. 5 tanks with these 5 Goliath here, that's strong. That's surprisingly strong.
Yeah. We'll see how he manages to do it, because we do have dropships out, but unfortunately with the amount of Goliaths present, I don't think you can actually drop onto that and expect that any kind of good outcome. But we'll see what happens. Artosis has a lot of tanks, he has a supply advantage, and he certainly has an eco advantage. So it just sort of depends on how we really want to play this. There is definitely a lot of ways to misplay it, but it's not like we don't have any options here.
Drops going on there in the natural. We had to pull the SCVs again, so he's just finding a lot of value out of these 4 Goliath here. Still keeping all 4 alive, even 3 of them like very, very low, but we can just bring them back home and repair now if we want. This has been great damage from Artosis, but he doesn't need to wait too long, because if this gets reinforced, it gets very hard to break, unless he just wants to full commit the dropship play.
Yeah, Artosis is actually like picking up and dropping those Goliaths like this is StarCraft 2. Here, I think we're unstaging because we want to try and break through here. I feel like Artosis must have thought that he has a big enough economic advantage that he's able to sacrifice all these SCVs and these tanks as well, but this is going to be such an inefficient trade for Artosis, and it's not even clear if he's going to succeed. I think he's just going to barely be able to clean up these tanks here. He does, in fact, break it successfully, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, it was expensive, but we did enough damage on the other side that he can afford to do this, and you see it kind of reflecting the supply. Now we're up 18. I thought originally he was going to use these Goliaths to flank with the bust, and then he just didn't. He just kind of left them there, so maybe he was leaving them there to try and, like, spot reinforcements coming or something. But this does allow Artosis to come out of his base now and kind of take this space so he can finally start working towards the third base.
Also actually moving forward with what I think were originally meant to be his reinforcements, but Artosis actually continues to push on ahead. Meanwhile, the dropship does unload on the third base there, dealing with that one annoying Goliath. I think that one Goliath, if he was like properly targeted onto the dropship, like that would have been really good. But unfortunately, not paying attention to that at that moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it actually even killed one of the Goliath. The first Goliath that came out insta died because it had 1 HP.
Oh, right, yeah. A lot of those Goliaths were very low, but they did more than enough damage to pay for themselves. 6 kills on that one low HP Goliaths, and 2 of them are dead, so we would never know how much damage those guys got done as well. But it was certainly enough to give Artosis this incredible lead. Enough that Artosis can actually afford to trade that inefficiently break out.
I like that we're building a second depot here. Like, what is he worried about? They're gonna kill the temples and like walk through, so he's got a full
I think
wall.
sometimes you just don't want to like grab an SCV from your mineral line and try to. Oh my god! Actually, Red Klauso catches this here. This is a really good attack. Very, very well timed.
What an awkward situation for Artosis.
That was probably like this is the lucky break that Klauso really needs here, and he's really capitalizing on this.
I mean, he just killed like all those SCVs. He's gonna kill a dropship even that may have had some SCVs in it. So I mean, this has been like insane value for Klauso. He went from being in a really rough position to like completely like even again.
Yeah, this is certainly a scrappy game we're seeing here, and that's exactly what Klauso wants. You don't want Artosis to get into the groove and really play the game that he wants to play. So just like making it as messy as he possibly can certainly plays to his advantage. But Artosis is not, out of the woods yet. Like Klauso is not out of the woods yet because Artosis is still, sort of in this game, and I'm actually kind of surprised, but Klauso actually pulls ahead in terms of supply. That wasn't the case, like, I swear 5 seconds ago when I started this thought, but yeah, he's actually going to move forward here and attack into this position. Artosis isn't ready with all of his tanks here, and he might actually lose a lot of ground.
Yeah, oh maybe why wouldn't get that last siege tank shot off? That would have killed at least one more tank. So a little bit of luck actually there from Klauso that didn't go worse, and I'm gonna get a scan here and pick off another Goliath. I like the aggression there from Klauso. Kind of momentarily saw a weakness and tried to pounce on it. Maybe a little too passive, not like sieging up and kind of taking the space. Little greedy, I think, kind of going for the kill almost.
I think Artosis has been really eager to use his SCVs as part of his army. But I feel like he's sort of underestimating just how much Klauso has managed to catch up in this time, because he really can't afford to lose that many more SCVs. Excuse me, we just see like SCVs kind of everywhere being used to like buffer for the army, getting killed left and right, and I feel like Klauso has actually pulled ahead a lot because of that.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful not to be over-aggressive. He's going to actually not quite pick off that tank. And Artosis... Oh, okay, the other shot did go off. But Artosis does get this base secured finally, and he's even up the supply again. This has kind of been going a little bit tit for tat here. Even getting a few extra Goliath for free here on the bottom side of that. And the left side of the map is now open up, so both players have their third base more or less secured. And now the fighting towards the center and left side will probably start.
The game has sort of finally slowed down. I feel like it's been action-packed basically up until now. But yeah, both players have mostly stabilized. They have their 3 base set up and secured. Klauso actually taking a 4th base here a lot earlier than Artosis. He's actually going to start growing pretty quickly. Artosis himself also taking his 4th, maybe a little bit later. Not enough for him to be like super behind, but it does kind of tell the story of, okay, he's actually not ahead this game like he was in previous games.
Yeah, this could be a long one, boys. I know I said
settle
that
in.
I said that before, but I think this one's actually heading in that direction. We're working towards our 4th bases now. Neither player going to be comfortable pushing through that little choke in the middle. It's funny because I actually think this map is very rewarding for being aggressive, because if you look at the number of attack paths, it's kind of Minstrel-esque. Not as bad as Minstrel, but you know, you got the right side, you got the middle, you actually got 2 spots in the middle, you got this high ground on the left, and then you got the low ground on the left. So there's like a lot of different paths that you can take to get aggressive, but it seems like they're just really content on just fighting each other head on.
Oh my god, where are these dropships going? Artos is being very ballsy with this, going straight for the throat here. We're unloading into the main and sieging. There are a couple dropships here to counter drop, but it's not going to be nearly enough to defend this. 5 tanks are sieged and ready to attack. SCV's getting pulled. Goliaths are out as well. And I don't see this position being dislodged here. I think Artosis has actually secured a very, very strong position inside Klauso's main.
Yeah, of course, right as I say, like, you know, to buckle in, we got a long game coming. Artosis makes a very, very strong move here, and you see he's just getting a huge supply lead. We've even got this this siege kind of position on the 3rd base here across the wall. And
yeah, this is an incredible play from him, actually. Not only does he get to shell the buildings inside Klauso's main, he gets 2 starports and probably that factory as well, but also at the same time he prevents this base from mining. This was an incredible play.
Yeah, really kind of finding the opening here and getting access to a weak point here in Klauso, and these tanks are just going to continue getting more and more value, and we're trying to set up some siege tanks to maybe start to dislodge. We can pick off, you know, 1 or 2 tanks here potentially. Oh, okay, wow, I killed 2.
Yeah,
wow, and the
Klauso's
splash from that Goliath kills the other tank.
Yeah, Klauso's finally regaining control of this base, but at this point it has already done more than enough damage. You see Artosis skyrocketing in supply. We're 50 ahead now. Like, Klauso really looked like he was starting to claw back, but I think that move was just so strong. I feel like everyone always underestimates just how strong dropping into the main base can be. Look, he drops into here as well. Artosis is really embodying the spirit of dropship man. He's getting so much work done with this.
Yeah. It's funny to me that I see the the Twitch chat going wild with it. If you don't know, Artosis is infamous for saying he doesn't respect anybody that uses dropship play, and he is exclusively dropship play in this game.
Dude, he is dominating with dropships. Okay, this is really bad, but honestly, at this point, he's done all the work he needs with these dropships. Anything more is just icing on the cake. Look, he drops here as well, gonna prevent this base from mining. Like, dude, he's dropship man. He goes everywhere and he flies. He's dropship man.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of picking Klauso apart with these drops, and he's growing to the bottom left as well, taking an additional base after denying Klauso's left base. Klauso does have this kind of 3 o'clock base, but it's very weakly defended right now. There's literally 4 units here defending this entire base.
Yeah, Klauso actually really liking to go for the ambitious forward bases here, which if you can actually hold it, it's really, really good. But he is no longer in a position where he can defend something like this, and I think it's only a matter of time before Artosis realizes he can push.
Yeah, as soon as he scans his position and sees how weak it is, he'll 100% bounce on it, but he's really focused on just kind of the dropship harass play, and you know, we got a couple tanks set up here to kind of deny this position a little bit and just trade. Once you get +2 on the tanks, you know, they do very, very well in this matchup. And wait, we're like moving forward and hitting stop on the whole army, our whole position? That was kind of weird looking.
Yeah, I think as Terran, you always want to be a little bit careful with these kinds of pushes, but once you see an opening, you have to bounce on it fast, because, like, I don't know, it's all about positioning, right? And it's like how fast you get there. If you get there faster, you get the better position.
Yeah, This is a really strong position from Artosis too. He's going to cut off the reinforcements from the main base, so by getting this position and cutting this off, it opens up both bases here on the right side where they can't really be defended properly. A little bit of Splash going to take out his own tanks, but all these SCVs going to go down. Klauso dipping below 100 supply now, and Artosis is starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, I think Artosis might have completely torn Klauso apart here. Like, the dropship play was just so good, right? Like, not only did he get the initial advantage from dropping into the main, but he also basically prevented every base from mining. And now it's only really a matter of checkmating his opponent, right? Like, Klauso only has 2 mining bases, one of which is way, way, way exposed, and being hit from the other side of where you would normally expect it to be hit from. Right, look, like Klauso doesn't even have units positioned to defend that. And even this counter attack that Klauso is trying to do, trying to move through the middle of the map, is going to get deflected as well. Artosis doing everything right, and I think he has this game in the bag.
Yeah, and you know what? This kind of goes back to what I said earlier. I'm just going to talk about this a little bit about TVT being an even matchup. This started off with a 2-fact that got completely shut down, and then became an even game of multiple points. So that's one of the things I love about TVT is even your all-ins and your cheeses can be played from a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, this game kind of proves it, right? Like, Klauso was very close to pulling it back here. He was actually in a very, very strong position with that contain outside of his base. But yeah, Artosis managed to claw his way through in the end. GG gets called. That was just game number 1.
Yeah, game one. In the books now, Artosis is going to go up 1-0. We called GG, and we
didn't leave yet.
Are we trying to tilt Artosis? What are we doing here? There he goes.
He's just processing. He needs a little bit.
He leaves games as fast as he is ready for the games, right? I was like, maybe we're restarting some more apps or something before we leave the game. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, guys, that was just the start. That was game number 1. I'm telling you, TVT is exciting. There's a lot, like, there can be a lot of things going on, and you know, it also helps that Klauso opened like a very aggressive open. You know. All right, guys. Before we get into the next game, game number 2, I just wanted to shout out the fact that IPSL would not be possible without the support of our wonderful viewers, such as yourself. So if you want to support us even further, go the extra mile, help keep the foreign Brood War scene alive, please consider donating to Platinum Esports using the !support command. Remember, $10 gets you access to all of the replays. So if there are any games you missed or you'd like to study more in depth, get the build order for anything, you know, weird or interesting that you want to try on the ladder, $10 gets you access to all the replays. And of course, you'll be supporting us in the process as well as the Brood War foreign scene.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I mentioned last time, I'll say it again. You know, you guys giving us, supporting us, it allows us to bring you more and more StarCraft, right? We like putting these tournaments together. I enjoy casting these tournaments. I enjoy being a part of it. And I just like seeing a high quality StarCraft. And honestly, every time I do these casts, I feel like I'm learning more and more too. So, and I really enjoy that part of the game. So you guys give to us, we give back to you. And yeah, it's very, very much appreciated.
Yeah. All right. Without further ado, looks like we're getting set up for our next game. I kind of wonder what Klauso is going to try to pull in this game. So we tried 14 CC, or sorry, 13 CC it might have even been.
Mhm.
Didn't quite work out for us. But in the next game, we did like a 2-factory Vulture Goliath opener. And although the opener didn't quite work, we actually set up a really nice contain outside of his base and really forced Artosis to sacrifice like 20 SCVs to like break it, and that kind of got us back into it. So I wonder if Klauso is going to be like, oh, maybe what I actually need to do is get map control.
Hmm.
Once again, it's all about map control, right?
It is. I mean, honestly, it's a really big part of this matchup. Like, I harp on it all the time, but it's just that important. Map control is superior. Positioning in TVT is superior to almost everything else. It's one of the things that makes the matchup unique. It's very tactical. And yeah, I mean, the aggression obviously can be nice. The damage can be nice, but it can be played back from. All right, so our second map going to be on Dominator. Not a bad like 4 to 8 racks or even a 6 racks if you want to do a 6 racks build. I don't know if
6 racks? I've
Yeah,
never heard of 6
I was
racks.
gonna say it. I when you were talking about the racks builds and you didn't mention 6 racks, I was like, oh, Rice Hat doesn't know. He doesn't know the 6 racks build.
Oh my god, 6? Okay, so I know there's a variation of BBS where you get racks at 6, but
Mhm.
that's not what you're talking about, right?
No,
Is that?
no. So it's you do center 6 racks, and then you'll go to like 2 or 3 Marines, and you pull 3 SCVs with it, and you just continue sending every Marine that comes out and every SCV that comes out. You just send to your opponent. You can
Wait,
do it
the
in all 3
SCVs
matchups.
too?
Yeah, yeah. It's really strong. You'd be surprised how strong it is. You end up with like 3 Marines in their base when their barracks is done, or like when their first Marine comes out. So you have like 3 SCVs, or yeah, 3 SCVs, 3 Marines, and they'll have 1 Marine come out. That's like crazy strong if you time it well.
Wow. I don't think I've ever even seen that, like, in ladder even, but that's certainly an interesting concept. Huh. That sounds so all in. Like, even,
It's
like,
pretty
every
all in.
SCV
Yeah.
you send in, like, I feel like that is the most all in you could possibly be as. That's like their equivalent of 4 pool. Does it only work in TVT?
No, you can do it in every matchup.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, if Klauso has the guts, I would love to see it. I have a feeling, though, given that I've never seen this before, I probably won't be seeing it today, but it would
Probably
be
won't
really
see it
hype if
today.
I do.
Yeah.
That is
It
one of
would
those
be.
builds, though, that I feel like it's not that figured out because,
Mhm.
I don't know, I don't see it that much. Like, BBS, I feel like people do fairly often, but not 6 racks?
Yeah. I also wouldn't be surprised, although Dominator's not a good map for it. So maybe if they make it to map 3. You know that like 10 SCV 2 fact build? Have you seen that one before?
10 SCV2 fact?
Yeah, it's like an 8 gas or a 10 gas or something like that, something crazy. I don't know the
I
exact
think I
build, but
might have seen that before, but I didn't recognize it as a 10 SCV build.
yeah, I think it's 10 SCVs total, and you have 2 proxied factories on the map, and then if they don't bunker or wall, you die. Like there is no surviving if you don't realize what's coming. I lost it the very first time I saw it because I was so confused. I got to his base and I was like, "You have no workers." I'm like, I'm sitting on my high ground thinking, "Okay, this is like proxy factory, right?" But high ground doesn't work because they have like 5 vultures when you have 2.
Huh. Damn, there's a lot of scary builds in TVT. I'm starting to realize that BBS is not the only thing I should be afraid of. But
Yeah,
anyways,
there's some
without
weird
further
things.
ado, let's get into this game. We are going into Dominator, spawning on the right-hand side. It is Red Klauso.
And his opponent currently up 1-0 here on Dominator. We have our Red Terran Arctosis.
I wonder if
And
Arctosis is a little bit shaken from that last game because in the first game that he played today, it felt like he was completely dominating, right? Like he just like didn't he had a build order at disadvantage and he just like didn't miss a beat. Played basically as correctly as you could play from that situation and just like smashed him. But that next game, there were many points in time where it looked like Klauso just had a very, very clear advantage.
Yeah, I agree. I could definitely see, like, I mean, the game went pretty well for Arctosis overall. And then there was that really bad moment was when he went to unload all those SCVs at his third, right as Klauso just randomly comes up the ramp with a bunch of units.
That was a bit of a lucky break for him, yeah.
I could see that tilting Arctosis like out of his mind in the moment. I can hear him on his stream right now. Like, why would he do that? This is so dumb.
You can lose to players because they're bad. Yeah. No, I mean, I can see it too. Like, why would he have units there like at that precise moment, right as I'm unloading like my SCVs? Like, if I wasn't unloading my SCVs, I'd be fine. Like, you know. But sometimes those kinds of things happen, and if you move your army around intelligently, you can almost sort of like will those sort of situations into existence, if that makes any sense at all, right? It's like moving your army around like to places where you think they can like get advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes it just works out.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, we'll keep an eye on Klauso. Yeah, nothing weird yet, but you never know with this guy so far. It's been a lot of different stuff coming out from him. He is going to get that first scout, so that'll be nice for him. Artosis, on the other hand, going to get second scout, so a slight scouting advantage, which could mean something to Artosis because he might be a little bit nervous because of what's been going on.
I mean, it could tilt him, right? Like, this is so Artosis to like have scout last, right? Like, that's just a him thing, right? But I don't know, like, I feel like at this point there really should be no reason for him to be emotional or to tilt, because even though like I feel like that last game, like if I was in that position I might be shaken up a little bit, but truthfully, like, we've won like basically every game that we should have won, and we even won like one game where we realistically like would not have expected to win. Mm-hmm. So I think Artosis is playing well, and he knows that he's playing well.
Yeah, I think he can be very happy with his game so far today. Other than maybe game 3 against Vyncke, I'm sure that was annoying for him, but you know, taking a game off Vyncke, he can be very happy with that. So I think he's going to be locked in for the most part. And it looks like we're getting the most normal build possible from Klauso, which is almost cheesy in and of itself.
Yeah, that's what they least expect, right? And honestly, like, given what happened so far, I feel like this is actually the right play for Klauso. Like, game number 1, he sacrificed... not game number 1, sorry, the previous matchup, like the first game that they played today, he sort of got the economic advantage, but he couldn't play from the map disadvantage, right? Like, we're sort of figuring out that Artosis really knows how to play with map control and sort of use map control to get yourself back into a game economically. Mm-hmm. And in game number 2, we're sort of seeing that, like, you know, once we contain Artosis on like a really good choke point, like, we can really come back from the game using that. So I think Klauso this game is just gonna be like, you know what, this time I'm just gonna contest for map control and play it out from there.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like we might get Vulture versus Vulture here, potentially. Artosis does like to open 3-fact Vulture quite often as well. That being said, actually, I'm lying to you. This is not going to be Vulture from Artosis, or if it is, this third factory is actually quite late, so... Yeah, I'm not sure. I imagine this is a tank.
I don't know, is an armory on the way? There is a soft counter to 3-factory Vulture, where you get an armory really fast, and you push out when with a bunch of Goliaths and tanks when you have your scanners finished. It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, and I think going for the soft counter to Vulture isn't a very smart move anyway, because I feel like I would not be counting on Klauso to go for 3-factory Vulture.
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous for Artosis, though, with this third factory being a lot later, and he went mines first because he didn't realize this was going to be Vulture, whereas Klauso probably went for speed first. Maybe a little bit of a... I could see him kind of gambling on that and not understanding why that's maybe not ideal. And I know from playing Artosis before, where when I was first learning Terran, I saw he was making Vultures, like, early, and just assumed that he was going 3-fact Vulture and went speed first, and he got mad because he was like, why would you do that? That's terrible. And I didn't realize at the time that this was really dangerous. And yeah, see, here we go. So speed is done, and he's got that faster third factory, so Artosis could be potentially under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, but Klauso, first of all, immediately cracking the neck of both of those Marines that were a little bit out of position. But even with speed here, he doesn't have the vulture count to really break Artosis' position, even with his late factory. So he actually wisely decides to retreat. But the one thing that speed and the faster factory gets you is map control. And I think that's what he's looking for this game.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have a pretty good vulture count. I keep talking about this. I don't like it when the players that have the map control are laying such defensive mines. Like, this is a little bit defensive is fine, but like maybe split it more towards the middle. Don't do it outside your natural as much. You're not really helping your case too much by building them or placing all your mines here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised he decides to retreat here. He pushed all the way to Artosis' base, decided he couldn't kill him, and just went all the way back. Like, he could have laid mines all around, like, the pizza slices for Artosis. Like, for example, this move out here from Artosis, like, he doesn't actually know that Artosis is moving out and fanning out and just, like, laying mines everywhere here. Like, Artosis doesn't actually have that many vultures. If Klauso caught that and just, like, engaged, I think he could win that engagement. It's a little hard to tell with this many vultures, but it certainly doesn't look like Artosis has a vulture advantage. That's for sure, and he theoretically shouldn't.
Yeah, he's actually doing the same thing that he did against Javier, where he just was going for tanks into dropship. So he's going to be relying on this dropship a little bit. But kind of look at the mini-map a little bit compared to like before. Oh, we're just going to throw away a few vultures, unfortunately, for Klauso, but you kind of see a little bit of the difference, kind of what I was talking about in the game with Javi. So, like, look now, if Klauso tries to push out, like, there's no way he's making it to Artosis' base, right? Like, we have this minefield stretching basically from his natural all the way to Artosis' natural. And this is the advantage that you want to get with your map control, with your vultures.
Yeah, if Klauso tries to push out, he's gonna need to go through, like, I don't know, several miles of minefields, and those minefields are all signaling to Artosis that an attack is incoming. But here we go. We have a dropship, and I believe it's loaded up with 4 vultures. We're going to try to get something done with this here. And I don't know if Artosis is exactly ready for it, but we'll see. Oh, no, he knows.
He's very ready.
He knows. It's the mines. The mines must have saw. I don't even think he unloads. He just... Oh, actually... Maybe? No.
No, we have to. We just leave, yeah. Trying to get his own third. There is a mine in the way. I think he had to scan for that just now. And yeah, so he scanned for that, cleared up, gonna get that CC going. Artosis third, a little bit faster, and he's just got much more map vision. So this is a very comfortable position for our Red Terran.
Yeah, Artosis is really on top of his game here, deflecting pretty much everything Klauso is doing and capitalizing a bit on his mistakes here. But look, Klauso is starting to fan out with his vultures as well. He cleared out the 2 of Artosis' vultures, blocking one of the pizza slices on his north side. Now he's going to try to contest for map control on the middle. Artosis is going to chase him away here and deal with the mines that he laid. So unfortunately, not a successful, unsuccessful in his attempt to take control of the center.
Yeah, so Artosis is going to start mining this position up. Oh, this reminds me, one of the things I wanted to complain about on this map. These spawns aren't too bad for it. It's a little bit actually Klauso favored. But if you get to kind of the high ground above the base, so Fort Artosis is like slightly above his main base there, to the right of that mineral line, he loses access to like half of his base if tanks get there, right? This is like one of the things where the positioning can hurt quite a bit. So you look at it, Artosis would have to go up and around to get that same advantage, whereas Klauso can actually just go like head on, and if he ever gets that position, then it's almost game ending if tanks get there.
Yeah, I think Artosis might recognize it, just given the position of his mines, right? Like, he's really mined out that area that kind of surrounds that pizza slice there. So he ought to know anytime Klauso is going to try to make a move to take that position here. But look, Klauso already at 3 dropships. I think he's going to go for the Doom drop here. He's going to try to put on a bit of a dropship man play himself. And let's see just how well this works out. Only 3 dropships, so this isn't the scariest. But 4 siege tanks being unloaded here is no joke.
Yeah, this is going to kill a ton of SCVs. This is doing really good so far here for Klauso. And Artosis, you know, you don't want to be pulling all your SCVs to fight this, but you can't allow this to sit here either. So he's just going to have to take the damage here. Tons of SCVs going down, even losing a few of its tanks and a bunch of these vultures. Artosis is going to be able to clean it up now, but I would say that's a pretty successful job for Klauso so far.
Yeah, Klauso literally went from losing to winning here. Like, he's pretty much snatched the advantage right out of Artosis's grasp with that one drop. And look, he's going to try it again. These 3 dropships were not killed off when Artosis cleaned up that attack. And if Artosis tries to run away or tries to go back to doing what he's normally doing too quickly, then yeah, luckily for him, though, he keeps some units behind. And the Wraith actually catching up to these dropships, so he knows exactly where they're going. Is it going to be enough to defend this position here, though? We have a couple vultures already on the spot, but we'll see. We'll see. The high ground position is really, really good. I think Artosis does clean this up, but he might pay a hefty price for it. Actually, not losing a whole lot. This is actually very clean.
Yeah, this is pretty good for Artosis overall. And the thing that's really nice for him is he shift-clicked it through all those dropships, so that Wraith got every single dropship, so he doesn't have to worry about that as much anymore. Here we have Klauso moving out onto the map now, and boom, there goes 2 Goliath to start us off. And Artosis is going to be very aware of this move out. And we got to be very careful not to be move commanding there. It looked like 1 mine went off, but man, that was close.
Yeah, that looked really scary for a second here, but the mines actually killing units is not even their main purpose. The mines have more than served their main function, which is just alerting him that this attack is coming. So, oh my god, that was a good mine drag there. But yeah, Artosis knew that this attack was coming because of the vision that the mines gave him, and he is able to respond in a prompt fashion, allowing him to take back control of these bottom pizza slices here.
Yeah, he just got his got a really nice positioning here, gonna push Klauso all the way back to his main base. And there's only 2 tanks here on the high ground currently defending, so if Artosis identifies this is a pretty weak position, and he's got positioning on this pizza slice currently, he can potentially turn this into a 3rd base kill, or at least pressure.
Looks like Red Klauso is sort of taking the advantage back here. These tanks on the low ground, unfortunately not enough to defend it. We're seeing some pretty intense fighting going on at like this the southern ring of this map here. Red Klauso now running forward and taking that high ground. Ooh. Oh my god! Artosis unit's not on hold position here. He actually almost loses a lot. But here we go. Let's target the mines. Good targeting, good targeting. And I think disaster has been averted for Artosis. If Red Klauso gets tanks there, like you said, that's like GG.
Yeah,
but,
you can tell
I think he knows it as well as all of us.
Yeah, exactly. You could tell he realized how important it was to defend that space, so he got everything up and defended in time. Now, Klauso does have his 4th base up and running before Artosis has even started his 4th, and Klauso currently sitting on a 30 supply lead, so he actually has a pretty good advantage so far in this game. He did manage to get pretty much split map here on the bottom side, and there's not much mines left on the map as well for Artosis. And it looks like, is Klauso going to double expand again? Okay, these are vultures running around. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to expand too quickly, like you said, but I think he does feel ambitious enough to go for it. I mean, he does have pretty good map control, and he does have a very good supply lead as well. So I think if he does try to double expand, he might be able to get away with it.
Yeah, he might be able to. Absolutely. It's ambitious, but it's not necessarily bad when you have enough of a lead, you know what I mean?
Yeah. 2 more dropships out on the field here. I think he might be looking to do yet another drop, but Artosis has the anti-recall mines ready. That little corner, by the way, was that was a crazy little like nook that he managed to like drop all of his units onto. And I fear that he might be able to drop onto there again. What is this base? Klauso taking the most, like, I don't know, like gutsy forward bases I've ever seen in every game. It doesn't matter who he's playing against. He always goes for the aggressive expansions. he hasn't really been able to get away with it so far, but I don't know. He's really taken control of this game here.
Yeah, it's a really strong position in this game because he's got these high grounds. The part that's crazy to me is, okay, he's also expanding top right. Okay, so this is why it's crazy to me. We are going nuts with the expansions. He really likes to mass expand in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think it might actually work out for him here. I think Artosis is playing this a little bit too passively, and I think he took a little bit too much damage from that initial drop. So his opponent is kind of starting to run away with this game, and I think that's the exact position Klauso wants to be in. I think a player who likes mass expanding like that, that is definitely their comfort zone. So you don't want them to sort of play like that. But I don't know, Artosis, the thing is, he's not really making a whole lot of plays on the map. I don't know if he realizes that he's actually behind here.
Yeah, I don't want to be mean about it, but he's not doing anything. He also has like a really big map control advantage right now. If you draw a line in the map, right, with the siege lines, it is like heavily Klauso favored. So Artosis definitely needs to make something happen right here. So I'm not sure what the big game plan is, but we have so many dropships here for... Wait, that hits. Oh my god.
Oh, that's crazy. that mine was like exploded in like the precise location to be able to do damage to every unit. But yeah, I mean, Artosis can't actually afford to keep playing this game like he's playing right now. He's essentially conceded 2/3 of the map to Klauso. So it's only a matter of time before Klauso just like starts to steamroll him, and I feel we may even be starting to see that right now. Klauso with like a 40 supply advantage, going to try and take control of this high ground here. And once he takes control of this high ground, he's going to have access to the base on the left-hand side, as well as the main.
Yeah, that was a pretty expensive bust, but he did gain the position. And Artosis, immediately identifying this is getting kind of dangerous. He's like really encroaching on this base, and he needs this base badly. He needs more than this, but if he loses this, it becomes unplayable. That doesn't detonate. Mines are like the most inconsistent.
Does that mine even block the base?
Yes.
Yeah. There's no way it doesn't. But yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised at how Artosis is playing this right now. Like, where are his air units, first of all? Like, if you're ahead, you want wraiths, and if you're behind, you want dropships, but he's getting neither. He's just trying to play this out on the ground. Okay, so he does actually end up getting some dropships. It seems a little bit late, but honestly, better late than never, right? Like, we sort of assessed and realized that we're actually losing this game, so we need to start playing around with dropships and trying to go for some riskier plays to wrestle control back from this game.
Yeah, he's got to find a position where he can start gaining a little bit of ground here. He's getting kind of locked in. We have a lot of dropships here. It looks like he's going to go for this base. This is a potential throw moment for Klauso if he commits to this. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way we commit to this, right?
Yeah, this is why you always want to scan before you drop, right? Like, if he dropped there and lost his entire army, that would have been a huge disaster. But Artosis is actually feeling pretty confident here, going to push forward from the bottom side. Meanwhile, Klauso going to try to drop on top of Artosis' north side. And I think Klauso is going to mostly succeed, but at a pretty hefty price. Meanwhile, Artosis essentially takes control of the bottom left high ground area for free. This actually might be a winning move.
Wow. This is huge. If Artosis gets the front contained, he can suddenly pivot and start killing these bases. This is a huge move from Artosis. We see suddenly a big supply swing. He was much more efficient in breaking that position than Klauso was. And now with the natural contained, there's not much keeping the bottom bases online. Klauso needs to get his dropships back home and reloaded and start trying to use them defensively.
Oh my god, for a second I thought like every tank was going to die to like 2 mines, but yeah, Artosis taking the high ground in front of the natural is an insane move. Artosis literally went from losing to winning with this one simple trick, right? Like, I think Klauso once again, like, I think it's a little bit of a bad habit of his. I think he overextended. He took control of way too much of the map way too quickly. Wasn't really paying attention to his bottom side. And now it looks like he's going to get contained right outside of his base.
Yeah, I think Klauso, he had a really, really good map position. And I feel like his mistake was that he's too eager to continue like pushing for more. You know what I mean? Like he already had a good position on the contain. And these dropships should have been used to like stop pushes and stop drops and things like that, basically as defensive dropships. And instead he tried using them as aggressive over and over again, and it weakened his bottom side. And Artosis saw that, pounced on it, and Klauso, you know, he got broken, and now he's in kind of an uncomfortable situation.
Okay, but we have dropships back and ready to sort of try and break this position once again. We're going to move forward. With tanks, with Goliaths, with the dropships as well. Artosis' position will eventually be overcome. But at the same time, the bottom side is getting dropped on, and Klauso is going to be forced to retreat from this position as well. Artosis now finally making moves and getting back into this game.
You know what? He did the old TVP strategy where you just kind of sit there and wait for your opponent to make some bad plays. And sometimes it's what you got to do when you're behind.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Klauso going a little bit over-eager to break some positions, even though he really had no reason to try to break in there. Like, he had, like, almost 2/3 of the map. Maybe not quite 2/3, maybe more like 3/5. But he sacrificed a lot of units to try to get a 2/3 advantage when he already had a 3/5 advantage. And I think Artosis is really sort of punishing that here. And he actually punished it much more effectively. Like, his moves were much, much, much better. Like, pushing forward, getting that high ground position, which basically forced Klauso to dislodge it, like, as inefficiently. Like, it doesn't matter how inefficiently he needed to do it. He just needed to, like, basically forcing an inefficient trade from Klauso, and at the same time killing 2 bases. Like, this is how you come back. This is how you come back.
He's going to try to break one of these bases here on the left side, but it's rough. I mean, with all these turrets and mines there, I don't really know that he can. It is only 2 tanks, so he might can just push into it normally. But if he tries to do a dropships, I think that would be a disaster.
Yeah, he really doesn't need these dropships here. But we'll see. I mean, okay, this is actually pretty smart, dropping kind of out in front, outside of the range of the turrets.
Yeah.
But here we go. Artosis is actually reinforcing from the bottom side here. And there's also a fleet of dropships moving about as well. I think he's going to look for one of these top bases to drop onto. And I don't think Klauso is nearly as well defended. Oh my god, the one spot where there was mines. The one location where there was mines, he dropped there. But luckily for him, they did not explode. Oh, that's rough.
Well, looks like Artosis has wrestled control of this game back. It was looking pretty rough. We have a big bank right now. Gonna clean this push up and keep this base, breaking that top side base. And I mean, look, we're on a 6k mineral bank right now as Artosis, and Klauso with this base going down is gonna be just about out of mining.
Yeah, I don't really know what Klauso can really do from this position here. I mean, he does have this one base that's like basically unscouted. But once again, Artosis takes the high ground position in front of his natural, just like forcing him into such an uncomfortable spot here. If you're cut off from reinforcements, right, like that allows you to basically just roam around the map and like take as much land as you possibly can. The only way Klauso can really break out of this is using dropships, and he only has 3 of them.
Yeah, not much left in the tank here for Klauso. I mean, he's getting some good trades here, but he's still at half supply with, you know, 1/10 of the bank almost, so losing this base as well. GG, gonna be called. Artosis gonna take a 2-0. Good comeback game from Artosis.
Wow.
And is Klauso gonna make him wait before we leave the game again? That is the question.
he needs a couple seconds. He's just got to process it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I would probably wait a little bit as well if I was in his position. I feel like, how did I throw that game? Like, if I was in Klauso's shoes, right? It was definitely that one like sequence of events where he tried to push from the top side, uh, and he took like a very inefficient trade, and Artosis basically took the entire bottom side of the ring for free. If you just played that one a little bit more, I don't want to say passively, but carefully, and sort of recognizing that you have the advantage and the onus is on your opponent to make risky plays, not on yourself. Yeah, then that game could have looked very different. But I feel like Klauso might have started to get a bit of an adrenaline rush, which happens, I think, fairly often when you're playing against someone that you would normally consider better, but and then you start winning.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, especially when, Artos is kind of a famous player. It's hard not to get like nervous or something when when you're in a really good position. Okay, okay. Looks like Artie's gonna join us now.
Artosis,
Yo,
my man,
what's up?
how are you feeling? Wait, let me put on my simp hat.
Congrats, GG. Oh, where's my hat?
Yeah,
Yeah, I got mine.
You got to sell these things, right, Hat?
maybe. I mean, people seem to like them. All right. Well, that was a very successful run from yourself. Let's okay. I kind of want to talk about the games against Zeke, right? Zeke, I think he's considered one of the top foreign Zerg players, basically that are playing currently, right? Like, how do you feel about your matches against him?
Yeah, no, well, I'm certainly happy that I did better than when he 3-0'd me a few weeks ago for the BSL thing. That was painful, but that was good because it kind of forced me to fix some key problems. It's really hard to see what's wrong in matchups when you get to certain levels. And like Gypsy helped me get through some of that. My TVZ has always historically been my weakest. I know people think it's Protoss because I complain about them, but that's because Protoss is easy, not because it's my worst matchup.
True.
Yeah, right. You guys are Terrans,
I
but
understand.
yeah, like I definitely have improved some at the matchup. I think you guys' analysis was right. If I had joined up my Marines in game 3, I should have won. But I was happy with how I played game 2. Game 1, I opened it okay, and then like I just kind of didn't have the turrets added at the right times, and he just picked me apart because of it. So like I just focused on getting turrets at the right times in game 2, and then I was like, okay, I can do this correctly. And I had already decided that I was not going to cheese anyone until I beat them in a macro game. So
Okay.
then when I beat the macro game, I'm like, all right, let's do it.
I'm actually kind of surprised you decided to cheese him in game number 3, because I feel like after you beat him in a macro game, it's like, wait, if I can beat him in a macro game, I should be able to just macro again and sort of
Well,
repeat that success.
Radeon is a great map for BSB. It's like probably the best map for BSB, I think. It's like incredibly hard for Zerg to scout. And as you can see, the barracks is only 5 to 10 seconds late. So it's really hard for Zerg to read. And, especially someone who's beaten me a lot lately, he might look at that and say, oh, this guy is fucking so bad. His Rax is slow. Or he might not even notice too. I got to tell you, even in tournament matches, sometimes I'll like not notice when they started the layer. I'm like, is this a 252 or a 302 layer? Like I'll just miss it sometimes because I'm thinking about something else, So it's a tricky build. I think it's a good mix in occasionally.
Yeah, we were just talking about like, he scouted him and he was looking for your BBS. Like, I don't know if you went back and watched, but he actually like sent a drone straight to the center first.
Yeah.
And then he went and scouted you. So he was looking for something, but I
Oh,
guess
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Even
well,
when-
he does that basically every single game. This is why I get pissed when foreigners smurf me, because I know how everyone plays. Like I know who scouts center, for instance, is Zerg. So I never put Raxes in the center if I know who you are and I know that you scout center. So like Siki does that like 95% of his Zerg versus Terran games. So you will never catch me putting Rax in the center.
Makes sense. Yeah. What about your first game against Klauso? So in that game, he went command center first, and you scouted him second. We actually thought you were going to scout him last because I think people normally don't end scout.
Yeah.
How did you what was your mentality trying to like play from that situation, because I know a lot of Terrans struggle against CC first when they just go factory expand.
Yeah, it can be really, really hard. So a few things. First, like I scouted him second because this timing of his SCV getting to my base, it didn't make sense that he would be cross spawn. That would be like a really weird build if he was cross spawn there and scouted me at that time. So I figured he was probably there. And when I got there and saw that, I actually kind of expected him to go command center first, and I had already decided that I'd play pretty normally. I have like a different build I've been using where like I don't go second factory as quickly, but I kept my SCV alive a long time in his base. And so I was like, oh, I can add a second factory here. He's not quickly adding 3 facts, so I'm fine. And then he went for like Goliath tank, which I think is pretty weak. That's like the weakest thing you can do after command center first, I think. I think fact port, 3 fact vulture, and you know, or even 2 port. I think all those are better builds than that. It's like it's too middle of the road. It doesn't really excel at anything. You just kind of can slow it with mines, and like worst case scenario, you're at half map with your tanks. So I just my plan lately has been to just play straight correct macro games, because I think my macros reached a level where I'm going to beat pretty much everyone like that. Not everyone, like, you know, the top foreigners can still get me for sure. Like if I play this way against Gypsy, it's going to go bad. But I think against everyone else, if I just kind of keep calm, make my units, and make the right moves, then I should be in good shape. And that was my focus going tonight against him.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was talking about a little bit. I like the I like that you didn't go like super heavy on the vultures. It was like just a handful of vultures to get the mines up, and then pivot into a contain from there. So I thought that was like a really cool adjustment to not overdo it on the vultures, like I see a lot of players will do against it.
That's actually been a huge problem for me in my TVTs, and is like it's made me take a lot of wrong steps strategically. Is overmaking vultures, and that's something I've worked on a lot in the last few weeks. Is vulture numbers. Like it's actually, there's a lot of nuance to when you have to stop vulture, because you can't tell for sure when your opponent's stopping, and like it's terrible if they have 2 more vultures than you. Right? You'd rather them have 7 more vultures than 2 more vultures, like that type of thing, where it's like, well, if you have 7 more, at least I have 2 tanks, you know, something like that. So there's a lot of nuance in where to stop it, but I feel like I've improved at that.
Yeah, it was very clean. I want to ask you about this last game that you played against Klaus. So were you getting nervous at any point? Because it was looking kind of rough for you. He had a really good map split on you, and then he kind of kept over committing into your siege lines, I feel like, and you just had this really big bust and kind of turned it into a win from what looked like a very hard position to play from.
Yeah. Well, the first drop I spotted with my vulture movement, which was really lucky. So I was like, okay, this is great. And I kind of expected that anyways, because he was behind me, and someone behind you on Dominator is going to go dropship every single game. So like once I blocked that well, I tried to keep like a heavier drop timing in my mind. And it just hit like, I think a little bit before I expected. I wasn't quite ready for it. But truthfully, I wasn't putting enough pressure on the map to prevent it. And as he dropped, I'm like, oh, I deserve this, because I recognize that my units were all on my side of the map. And if you're going to not defend right away against 2 and 3 dropship, then you got to go on their side of the map to kind of force them to play with you instead of to counter drop. So that was kind of a fuck up. So after he dropped those tanks, I lost all those SCVs. I was like, oh, this might go game 3. But he took like a lot of the map. You know, I had a ton of units because I was just like macroing steadily. So yeah, I knew that there would be a chance to just kind of get into a position where it got really awkward for him. I'm really good at playing with less bases in TVT because I don't expand greedy style. So I kind of know the tempo of how to knock out a bunch of them right in a row and try to hold the game. So I just kind of went about that.
Yeah, I kind of like that. The expanding slower and focusing more on like map control. I think this is kind of objectively the better way to play TVT, because I just think control is so much more important than macro.
Yeah, I think mostly it is. It's like, I think it's a harder way to play. It's to expand slower. Like a lot of strong foreigner players will just expand a bunch and like utilize like a little bit of multitasking with that and set up a bunch of bases. But I think in theory it is weaker. It's just harder to punish than it is to do. But once you can punish it, you can like absorb a lot of this stuff.
In game number 1 on Litmus, you actually deflected that initial attack pretty well. But at some point, like it seemed like Klauso was kind of clawing his way back, right? Like he had a really strong contain, basically at your natural that forced you to pull like 50 million SCVs to try to
Mm.
break it, right? And he also
Yeah.
kind of caught you unloading SCVs at the third base.
Yeah.
Sort of forced you to go into dropship play, which I saw or I heard that like you didn't respect, like you, right? Like you
Yeah.
talked about it before.
Yeah. Yeah. That game got really messy. That's like the two factory thing that I did with the starport. That's like a catch-all anti-cheese in my opinion. That's like it's kind of a janky build, but it can stop anything if you play it right. And it's got like a lot of flexibility to it, which is what I was kind of looking for in that game because it felt like he was playing something cheesy. So I did block the initial rush, and I was actually really surprised that he just siege. I thought he was going to run into my natural and try to finish me. But the dropship got some good damage and everything. I think the problem was like clearing it with the SCVs was okay because my Goliath drop did well and my command center was faster. So I actually figured we would probably be pretty close on SCVs, maybe him slight advantage there, but then I'd have army advantage, so that would be okay, and I could probably fight that back. But like when I was dropping the SCVs, like I was like, oh, this is a good plan. I have a third gas. I'll drop SCVs here. I'll go Goliath tank dropship only, no vultures, just kind of, you know, go around some of his little containment things. And then he just attacked there, and I recognized I hadn't moved any tanks. I had like 2 hurt Goliaths on the hill, and I was like, oh, I vetoed Litmus very quickly because of how hard it is against Zerg. And I think it's just not in my brain yet how to expand to that base correctly. Because my units were just not in the right position. Where, you know, if we're on any other map, I'll just have something there. And I look over, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I should have, you know, normally the third base is a little bit closer. So, you know, you're kind of covering it already. But that messed me up. That was the one time I really thought I was going to lose to him. I was like, oh, this is not going to go well when I lost like 30 SCVs there.
Yeah, that was painful for sure.
All right. Well, that'll do it for me. I have no more questions, personally.
I think Aaron has has one more question.
First of all, Artie, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you in Philly as well. I do have one question for you. Round of 16, we've got DeWalt, Striker, Zero, and Julian waiting. Are there any groups you want to be in or any groups you don't want to be in? So,
Zero's my buddy, but I think he has a brainworm against me. I like beat Zero a lot. He's quite a good macro Zerg, but that would probably be like the easy one. I actually don't mind though what group I would be in there. Like I just played DeWalt last night in the BSL thing.
Nice.
And like he's so strong, right?
Yeah.
He's one of the players, right, that you said DeWalt?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's unbelievable, but I actually wouldn't even mind being in that group just to fix what I did wrong last time and have another match against him. I hate playing Julian. He plays like a fucking clown. He actually makes me worse at this game because everything he does is off. It's like it's like music that would make your ears bleed, basically, watching him play. So, I mean, I'd like to be in his group to beat him, but I also just don't want to play against him. Yeah, I'd be pretty okay with anything, but against Zero would probably be the best matchup for me.
All right. Well, that sounds good to me.
Poor Zero. Everybody's picking Zero's group, not because Zero's worse than Julia, but because nobody wants to deal with Julia's nonsense. I love that.
Yeah. He's dude, losing to him is so painful. And if you win, it's because of lag, which just doesn't count. So it's, you know, what can you say?
We have a fair amount of Polish players in the round of 16 now, so he's going to have to come up with a new excuse, I think.
He'll find one.
Start pointing the fingers at each other like, you know, you're lagging.
You want to go on live after this, Artie?
Yeah, I'm going live immediately.
All right, perfect. Then we'll just send the raid over onto you so you can go ahead and get set up, and we'll close her out here.
All right, thanks. GG's.
GG's.
All right, GG's. Congrats.
Thanks. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, I will leave you in the capable hands of Bryce, Hat, and Ozzy to close us out. Thank you all for watching, everyone.
All right.
All right.
Well, that was a treat, I think. I mean, I feel like going into the last couple of games, I thought Artosis would just like crush him because if the first game was like indicative of anything, right? Like
Mhm.
Klauso like had the economic advantage and he still kind of got like a little bit steamrolled, right? But he actually ended up making them seem pretty close, right? Like he made a lot of
Yeah.
really good moves and he got himself into an advantageous position in both games, in the mid game as well, not just off of some build order advantage. So I think Klauso actually showed some really, really good StarCraft today and just unfortunately wasn't able to close it out in the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Calypso can be pretty proud of his showing overall too, I think. Like Artosis, should be very happy. He took a game off Zeke. He had some winnable positions in the other games as well, I think, overall. But Klauso made him work for it, despite already having that really clean first game. I respect that Klauso didn't get discouraged from that first game, even though it really didn't go his way at all. And then, like you said, he got in a winnable position. So unfortunately for him, wasn't able to take out Artosis in either game today, but I think he can be very happy with his play today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I agree with you. I actually feel like it's in one way kind of surprising that he decided to play the final game like completely normally. But honestly, like Klauso, like despite his, I guess, earlier mentioned reputation of playing like really weird, playing kind of off meta, playing kind of weird builds, his regular macro TVT is really scary. Like
Yeah,
just
it was
watching
fun.
him play the normal game, just like completely taking control of the map. Um, yeah, I don't know. He's definitely like a really good player.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I feel like I've learned a lot about some new players this tournament.
Hmm.
Okay, well, that's going to do it here for us, I do believe. Rice Hat, I don't know, maybe you want to do a couple of shout outs. Aaron did say his headset went out, so he can't hear us right now.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't really want to shout out anyone in particular other than Aaron, obviously,
Mhm.
for organizing everything, putting this all together. None of this would be possible without his support. I guess I also wanted to shout out the players. Obviously, it's always a pleasure to be casting Artosis, but Javi, Klauso, and Siki made some pretty good showings as well. It was an absolute blast to cast their games as well. And I guess the last person to shout out is you guys watching the stream, maybe donating to the stream as well, helping support Platinum Esports, helping to support Foreign Brood War, keeping the scene alive and active and fun as always. Don't forget
Yeah.
!support will take you to the website where you can donate and help keep the scene running.
All right. All right, sounds good. I think that's going to do it for us here today, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the games. Hope you enjoyed all the TVTs, some pretty high quality stuff. Zeke, coming out on top, but Artosis making them work for it. So actually pretty good stuff overall.
Yeah, and of course Artosis advancing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned for more, or not stay tuned, but like tune in again next week. I believe around the same time we're gonna have more